Good morning, everyone. Wishing everyone a very good morning from Sydney's Kingsford Smith International Airport, Sydney's original and oldest airport. In fact, one of Australia's oldest airport. Welcome to everyone. Welcome to all joining us from all across the world. How is everyone doing? Very good morning from Sydney. Hoping everything's well with all of you and you all are having a great time. It is 5:34 a.m. on Thursday, 23rd of July, 2026. We have about 26 minutes before the curfew ends. The shoulder period is on. I haven't seen any aircraft arriving as yet, but we should be getting a few aircraft shortly. BA15 Singapore to Sydney on British Airways will be arriving shortly. Once British Airways arrives, we will just be playing some beats until 6 a.m. when the curfew ends, and we will be having all of our arrival sessions out there. Peak arrivals, peak departures. Let's capture it all today. Hopefully everything goes well. Once again, good morning to all of you joining us here at Sydney International Airport, and good afternoon, good evening, good morning wherever in the world you all are joining us from. Thank you. Let us capture BA15 coming in from Singapore Changi, British Airways on their Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Not too long before they arrive, I think about 2 more minutes. Yeah, that's the arrival we will get as of now, but later we will be just playing some beats because we've got to wait until 6 a.m. Yeah, we did miss out on Qantas's aircraft that arrives from Singapore Changi as well. Hopefully someday we can capture the shoulder period arrivals too, like both of them, maybe during the summer. I have no idea yet, but let us see. We'll see how things work out. How is everyone doing? We already see a lot of action happening out there. A lot of ground vehicles moving all across, getting ready for the busy day. What I do think is we may need to adjust the tripod a bit. We are on an incline out here. Of course, we are the elevated deck here at Shep's Mound. But what really is happening is because of not so level ground, it seems to be slightly bit off. As you all can see, it's a bit tilted to the left. The view is tilted to the left. So we'll just try looking at what we can do best. Most likely think we'll just get stuff like this. Ooh, that was too much. I think this should be pretty good. Yeah, I think this should be pretty good. There's not much we can do, but yeah, having said that, this looks level out here. It's probably one of those things, yeah. But all good. I think we should be all done and dusted. Let us capture BA15 from Singapore Changi, that is British Airways. Of course, they don't really originate from there. They start their journey from London Heathrow, so you know. That is British Airways BA15. Good morning, good morning. Good Thursday morning to all of you joining us from all across the world. I think in most part of the world, it's still about Wednesday afternoon in the United States. Wednesday evening in the European continent, just about Wednesday night in the Middle East, Thursday early, very early morning out there in the whole of East Asia. That includes India, China, Singapore, Japan. Yeah, lovely one. But there you go, that's the first arrival, of course, the shoulder arrival of our stream. And let us play some music now, and we will start our stream exactly at 6, when there will be more of that action coming in with all of those regular arrivals. I don't really see very many of special liveries coming in today, but you know, we can always have a look at it some other day when we are lucky enough. Of course, you know, we've had quite a lot of special liveries days as well, so we won't complain. Anyway, please enjoy yourselves, have a lovely one, and we will come back to you all shortly. Good morning, everyone. Wishing you all a very, very good morning. What better way to say good morning by looking at this car? Yeah, it says hello. It says hello to you all. And we've locked our car. And let us get ready for the action here at Sydney Airport. Good morning, Gyro. Good very morning. How are you doing, Gyro? Hoping everything's well with you. First arrival of the day, QF44, our very good old Qantas, coming in from Denpasar on the Airbus A330. How good is that? That will be our first arrival of the day, and there will be a lot more to come. Hey Adam, good morning Adam. How are you? Hoping everything's well with you, mates. Thanks for joining us this early in the morning. Singapore 2212 Bergen, turning 10,000 feet, information from Singapore 212 Sydney approach, good morning, at the start to 8,000 from 34 left, expected descent. Good morning, Miss Aussie Thunder, welcome to the stream, wishing you a very good morning, Thursday morning for us, how good is that? Hoping you are doing well, Miss Aussie Thunder, and thank you very much. We hope we can keep you entertained. Not very many special liveries, I believe, for today, except for Juneau Air. But we will still be enjoying quite a bit. We already have Emirates pushing back for its flight, 14.5-hour flight to Dubai. Alrighty, QF44 on finals from Denpasar, the first arrival of the day. Wow, it's amazing people come in this early. Probably what I do know is they do come out here to have a look at the planes, and they'll wait until their relatives or friends arrive, and then they make their way to the terminal to pick up their friends or relatives. There are quite a lot of them do it, and it's amazing actually, you know, they get to see the nice arrival as well. However, having said that, we are getting ready, 59 minutes past 5. One more minute for the first arrival before the curfew ends as well. Woohoo! Alrighty, we'll zip up our jacket because it's not really cold, it's not freezing, but yeah, we can feel slightly bit of it. Alright, QF44 from Denpasar, QF42 from Jakarta, both of them on an Airbus A330-200, both of them following each other. And both of them are Qantas because QF44 is, you know, let us just show you this flickering light. For whatever reason, it makes us happy. So we'll show it to you all. Alrighty, 6 a.m. out here in Sydney. We've already had the pushback of Emirates for its flight to Dubai. They should be taxiing shortly.
Contact director 12641. 641 Jet 71, continue current heading, left head, right pattern.
Right, QF44. Let us get it on screen now. We've already seen some planes taxiing from Terminal 2 and 3, and we'll be able to see them shortly as well. Here you are, welcoming the first flight of the day, first arrival, post curfew. That's Airbus A330-200. Whoa, Virgin Australia today. Usually we almost always see Jetstar, but it's Virgin Australia today. I do believe Jetstar may not be ready else by now. They would have already been on the way. They usually start pushing back about, I would say 5 minutes to 6, or sometimes slightly before that as well, because they have a long taxi. For the very fact that Terminal 1 and 2 are almost towards the end of runway 16, and then they've got to taxi the whole length up until about here, and then that's not all. They've got to taxi even much more, the whole length of runway 16 left to reach runway 34 right. It's quite a bit. So yeah, that's about it. But for the most part, I do believe that Jetstar is just about getting ready for their departure. So we're able to see them. We're able to see quite a lot of them pushing back and getting on their way. Yeah, having said that, there is Qantas QF44 that's coming from Denpasar, Bali. Right, let's get the other one, Qantas A330-200 yet again, and this time from Jakarta. 2 arrivals, both on an Airbus A330-200.
Engineer 1669 head, approach, good morning, runway 34 left. Information is Bravo. Expected visual approach, descent by start, net down.
What do we have next? OD 121 on the Airbus A330-300 coming in from Kuala Lumpur. Wow, that is batik, eh? But yet again, another A330-300. What's happening? The A330 time today, I believe.
914. We're going to give way to YSSY, inbound 34.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for joining us today, Thursday, here at Sydney Airport. 6:06 a.m. at this very moment as we speak. A321 coming in from Kuala Lumpur on their A330-300. And this is Emirates, taxiing all the way to runway 34L for its departure to Dubai International Airport, Terminal 3. And then to just get fresh, A350-900 CX111 of Cathay Pacific on finals. Woohoo! We are getting them, but no special liveries for us. Hoping one of the days we could get them. A few weeks ago, we did capture the 80th anniversary livery of Cathay Pacific.
Descent by star to 8 knots.
Hey, good morning, Rain Hardnier. Good morning. And good evening to you. Good Wednesday evening to you. I believe it's Wednesday evening out there. Just about dinner time if you haven't had your dinner yet. How are you, Rain? Hoping everything's well with you. And thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us on this lovely show. We've just started. The curfew has just ended out here in Sydney, 6 a.m. and it is right now 6:09. We've just had 3 arrivals, 2 of Qantas coming in from Denpasar and Jakarta. And then we had OD, I do believe it was 121 if I'm not wrong, that came in from Kuala Lumpur of Batike. Yeah, but soon we will be getting Cathay Pacific CX111 coming in from Hong Kong on their A350-900. Right, having said that, security gate is open out here. The bus is entering Sydney Airport. CX111. And then we have OD 171 of Batike that's coming from Denpasar. I always like to see such planes. No livery, no nothing, just the airline name on the lower side of the fuselage at the back, and that's about it. I don't know why it is as such, but we've mentioned it very many times and called it out on the stream. I do believe it could be something relating to a warm lease or something, and yeah, they wouldn't really be bothered about getting it painted and stuff like that, right? Alright, let us capture VA2 Virgin Australia 2, which is on Qatar Airways Boeing 777-300ER that has arrived from Doha, Qatar. Pretty long flight for them as well. I do believe that is it, yeah, 13 hours and 17 minutes. Now, of course, when you're flying to Qatar, it doesn't take you that long. It takes you much more longer. About 14 hours and 40 minutes, 14 hours and 45. Sometimes it could be slightly shorter, like let's say 13 hours and 50 minutes, depending on the weather, tailwinds and stuff like that. But for the most part, the journey westward is slightly bit longer compared to the journey eastward. And what do we have here? The Great Barrier Reef livery of Qantas. Hopefully we get to see it come back to Sydney yet again on the stream. We've had it depart and arrive twice on the same stream, I think a couple of times, and hopefully we get to see it again today. It's going to be nice and bright then as we get the daylight. It's already 13 minutes past 6, and if we pan around, I can show you all the bright sky. Not really bright, but you get to see the nice hue, the nice orangish hue, and that is what we are after. It's supposed to be a nice and pleasant day here in Sydney, so hopefully that continues. Alright, let us capture the arrival of SQ221, the first A380 arrival of today. SQ221 comes in from Singapore Changi. We can hear the thrust reversers already. Sadly, because of the bushes, we don't really get a good view. Here you are, the mighty A380 coming in from Singapore Changi International Airport. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Let us capture the departure of EK415, the first A380 departure of today. That is EK415 to Dubai International Airport, 14.5-hour journey. It's going to be about 40 minutes past 8, or let's say 9 o'clock out here when this flight does arrive out there in Dubai. Of course, the block time is about 14 hours 40 minutes. We can reasonably expect it to reach Dubai at, let's say, 2 p.m. local time, which is about 8 o'clock out here. So, you know, by then we will already be done with dinner and stuff like that, and this plane will be arriving out there. Of course, you get quite a bit of time, 6 hours difference as of now, 7-hour difference when it is daylight savings. Good morning, Brian. Good very morning. How are you doing, Brian? Hoping everything's well and you're staying nice and cool in that hot summer weather. Thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And good morning to all joining us from all across the world. How have you been, Brian? Hoping the week's been treating you well. It's Thursday, almost the weekend. I mean, I would say for you it's still Wednesday, but still almost the weekend, just 2 more work days as such. Yeah, but that is what it is. Work, business, whatever, here and there. So hoping everything's well with all of you. Got to see Virgin Australia and that nice, lovely blue cabin light. Singapore to Sydney service of Qantas. Here you are, yet another A330, A330-300 this time though. However, how many Qantas A330s have we seen? Until now, this is the 3rd one, and I do believe it's the 4th overall, because we did have OD 121 come in from Kuala Lumpur off Batik Air. So yeah, quite a bit of them. Good to know, Brian. Good to know. Thanks so very much for joining us. Really appreciate it once again. And Brian, pretty soon we will be in Tokyo Haneda. Please stay tuned for all of those videos. It's going to be crazy. I don't know how crazy it's going to be, but as long as the weather treats us well, we will be able to stream as much as we can. So let us see how that one works out for all of us. Yes, Brian, yes, I am good, pretty good. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And yeah, we have a few busy days coming up already, Brian. Tomorrow, that is Friday for us out here, we will still be here. But tomorrow after work, I am flying to Singapore Changi, and I will be exactly out there in the building. Yeah, so flying out to Singapore Changi on Friday evening, reach there early Saturday morning, get stuff done, and then fly out again Saturday afternoon and should be here in Sydney Saturday night. So yeah, let's say just a little over 24 hours we will be gone, and it's going to be nice to catch those flights. This time we are flying on Scoot, as well as we'll be returning on Scoot. No baggage, no nothing. It's going to be an experience for us. Let us see if we can film anything that we can, considering the fact that we've booked a very budget ticket as such, you know. So it's literally going to be like, you know, we are just going to get our seat and that's it. No meals, no nothing. Of course, you know, we all know that Scoot is a low-cost carrier of Singapore Airlines. They do not offer meals, but if you do book your tickets on, let's say, Singapore Airlines, so you do get offered meals and stuff like that, but this time we have directly booked on Scoot. So let us see how it works out. Maybe we'll just film an experience video if everything goes well, I would say. Because, you know, for the very fact that we will be actually quite in a rush after work on a Friday, that is tomorrow for us. So yeah, let's see. If everything goes well, we'll just start documenting our experience of a 24-hour journey on Scoot to Singapore Changi and back once again. This is Fiji Airways to Nadi. They seem to be quite late today because they usually sometimes will start taxiing to the runways even before 6, because as you know, 6 o'clock the curfew ends and then they get good to go. But yeah, that's how it is. You know, sometimes you don't really end up leaving at the same time, but all good with that. Malaysia Airlines MH251 from Kuala Lumpur. They seem to be a bit late too today. Sometimes they are one of the opening airlines which arrives out here. They are the first to come in after the curfew. That's QF24 that just arrived from Bangkok. They were holding and making way for Malaysia Airlines as they were on runway 34L. Now they're crossing the active runway and onwards to Terminal 1 to one of their gates. No gate congestion as of now, and yeah, that's not going to be there for too long because eventually we do end up with that gate congestion. You can see quite a lot of traffic, weekday morning traffic, quite a lot of those people going to work, making their way onwards to wherever they're off to. This is Jetstar. Jetstar to Cairns, JQ 950. Another A330 of Qantas. Wow. Where's this one from? Hong Kong. But let us capture the special livery of today. I do believe that's the only special livery that we are getting and nothing else. I could be wrong, but let us have a look. And that is Juneao Air. Yeah, there you go. Lovely, lovely, lovely livery. We'll be getting a very good look of them as they depart today, because then we will be having some really good sunlight. That's the colorful petals livery. We have captured it earlier as well on our channel. So yeah, we have captured it in bright daylight and they've really looked nice and lovely, as you can see. So yeah, let us see how things work out.
final divergence, inbound A31 and 560 degrees.
Australian bin chickens.
Thank you, they are the total
Right.
later.
Getting a few of those departures taxiing. Let us capture that aircraft out there. Can we get it? Yeah, there you go. That is Perth to Sydney service, QF654. They will be out and about out here in the next few minutes. We will not able to see them land as they will be landing on runway 34 right. Oh hey, Ian on JQ503. Where is JQ503 off to? Let us have a look. Let us have a look on the radar. JQ503. Sydney to Melbourne. Scheduled departure 6:30 a.m. Alrighty, Ian. We will try capturing your departure. Hopefully, when I say departure, I do mean to say, I need to correct myself. I need to say taxiing, just like you see this Jetstar aircraft. So, yeah. Which side are you on of the aircraft, Ian? Are you on the left side? Are you on the right side? What's the seat number? Maybe you can shine your light and you would be featured out here on our live stream. How good is that? Ooh, look at that. Okay, look at that. And here you go. Another A330 of Qantas. Come on. What's happening? How many of them today? Of course, this is coming from Manila, QF20. Yeah, Ian, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, mates. QF20 that has come in from Manila. Ooh. My hands are getting cold now. Didn't expect that. I mean, we've been on days where the temperature is much more lower than this and we don't feel as cold as what it is today. It's a bit crazy. But yeah, having said that, as long as it's going to be a nice, bright, sunny day, even if it's a cloudy day, it all works out quite well. As you all know, this past Sunday when we did stream, it was slightly bit cloudy and it worked well for us. Alright, Ian says left seat number 3A just pushed back. Alrighty mates, we will catch you because we will able to see your plane taxi right in front of us. We are at Shep's Mound, as you know. So yeah, have a look at the viewing deck. It's only me at this very moment. No other AvGeeks as of now. Probably it's too early, especially for a weekday such as Thursday. You see on this one, there is not a single person out there.
Sydney approach, good morning, 34 left.
Alright, let us capture LATAM Airlines on their Harry Potter livery. Yeah, of course, I forgot about that one. We did check it last night and we did check Harry Potter livery. Yeah, let us see. Let us give it a very good screen time because they sometimes end up departing quite late and then we are not even around. But yeah, here you go. Nice and lovely. Francis, good morning. Good morning, Francis. How are you? Hoping everything's well with you, Francis, and thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate it, mates. Thank you so very much. Right time to join, getting the Harry Potter livery of LATAM Airlines that has just come in from Santiago. Yeah, we don't really know whether we'll be getting the departure because most of the times, at least in the recent past, they have been quite late actually. I think in the last few weeks that we've been out here in the morning, I think we've captured them only twice departing on time, that is just before 12. Else I remember one of the days they departed past 1 p.m. so it was quite late back then. service to Cairns that we earlier got it. Yes, Francis, we were lucky enough to get the Harry Potter livery. Let us see if we are lucky enough to get it as they depart. Usually they depart quite late, and you know that really makes it a bit of a thing. But all good, all good. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Francis. Yeah, so we're just trying to get one of our mates, Ian. They seem to be on JQ503. That is just pushed back to Melbourne. We see it on the radar out there. Airbus A320 of Jetstar. Whoa, looks like it's a parade. So many of them just taxiing around. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a busy time for runway 34 right. In fact, 34L as well, because we did see Jetstar's service to Cairns departing from runway 34 left. YSSY, we've captured it very many times on our live stream on YouTube Shorts. Go check it out. Alright, we are going to be getting KE41 coming in from Seoul Incheon. Alright, we see it. Just getting a bit of photo bomb session by Virgin Australia. And there you go. I was going to say the all new, but it's not all new, it's the all previous. If that is even a word or a phrase, the all previous Pepsi livery. For those of you who do not like the new livery of Korean Air, this one is for you. 787-10 Dreamliner with the Pepsi livery. Let us check the age of the aircraft. Is it 2 years old? Because I do believe, oh yeah, June of 2024, 2 years old. Because I do believe we've seen this registration come in earlier as well, HL8537. We've captured it very many times on the live stream. So I just thought that it could be the very same one, and yeah, indeed it is. Happy to get it out here today. Let us capture another departure. See if we can capture that aircraft that has just departed from runway 34 right. I think we missed it. It's okay. All right, JQ503. Out there. We are also getting EK412 from Dubai International, and they will be continuing their journey onwards to Christchurch later today. Look at that beautiful A380. They just can't be slowing down. They'll be pretty heavy for sure. I've been on this service very many times. Alright, having said that, let us capture our dear friend Aryan on JQ503, that is this very aircraft. Seat number 3A, do we see them? Ooh, okay, we can't really see the light, probably because it's already bright enough, but hopefully Aryan can see us. We'll wave out. And yeah, have a great flight, mates. Have a great flight. Yes, Francis, that was a wonderful A380 arrival. We will be getting a very good departure shot of this very aircraft, Emirates A380, as they do depart in about 2 hours from now. It's going to be super wonderful. Of course, you know, they actually depart to New Zealand and they rotate quite early. Oh wow, that's very nice, mates. Very nice that you saw us, and yeah, thank you very much. I'm glad we could capture your aircraft passing right in front of us. Really appreciate it. Hope you have a good trip, and yeah, enjoy Melbourne. Hoping it's not going to be too cold out there. No worries, mate, no worries. Always happy to capture the departures and arrivals of our lovely viewers. So, you know, we love doing it all the time and it makes us happy. Thank you.
Runway 34. 079. Velocity 625, sit, approach 24 left. Expect independent approach. Start at 6 knots. Alright, 34 left. Red, that one, 6,000.
Right, we are trying to capture QF8 Dallas Fort Worth to Sydney service. There you go, right above our head. We had to zoom out quite a bit to get that one. Ooh, Francis, did you notice that? I literally thought that maybe there's something wrong with my eyes, or probably I haven't slept enough last night, so I'm just feeling it as such. Wow, so it wasn't me then. Yeah, but good to know. Yeah, I don't know, it's like super bright. Maybe they just got it replaced or something. Yeah, where's QF8 from DFW, that is Dallas Fort Worth. There you go. Won't be too long before we get them out here. It just flew right up above overhead. Alright, AA73 Los Angeles to Sydney service on American Airlines.
American 73, all for me. 73, Grand Alpha International 2. Right, Alpha International, USA 900. Get it touch. 160. Right, heading 160.
Okay, Sydney to Adelaide service QF731 is just beginning its takeoff roll on the runway 34L. We should be getting that one, followed by GA714 Garuda Indonesia coming in from Denpasar. No special livery on Garuda Indonesia today. We are quite used to having special liveries on Garuda Indonesia. The mask livery, 74th anniversary livery, and yeah, today nothing out there. Or sometimes even the Pokemon livery that we got just this past Sunday. Hey, morning AvGeek. Yes, that is correct. That is spot on. Yeah, most of the cargo has moved to Western Sydney. And yeah, the 146 will be departing tomorrow morning, I believe. Yeah, sadly we may not able to capture it because we'll be super busy in the morning with the work, and in the evening we are flying off to Singapore. So yeah, sadly we may not get that one, but that's how it is. But we will always be capturing more of that action out from Western Sydney Airport in the very near future. So hoping we can still see all of those lovely cargo aircraft. Woo! Flying with pride. Very nice and beautiful. Garuda Indonesia that just arrived from Bali a couple of minutes ago. And then we have JL51 coming in from Tokyo Haneda on their Boeing 787-800 Dreamliners. Let us wait and watch to see if we do get their Boeing 777s yet again this summer. Usually sometimes they start flying on their 777s even in September. But yeah, for the most part, it's in the summer season. But let us see how things work out, considering the fact this year a lot of the airlines have been affected globally. While it may not be seen on the surface, we all know what's happening out there in the Middle East, especially with Iran and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely most of the airlines have been impacted, including our homegrown airline Qantas, Jetstar. And it's like no matter who you name or which airline you name, they all have been affected in some way or the other with the rising fuel costs. So only time will tell what equipment we eventually end up getting out here. Not only for Japan Airlines but also Asiana Airlines. They did plan to send their A380 from October 19th, if I'm not wrong, until the 31st of December. Now we have no idea if that is going to go ahead as well. So only time will tell. Wow. I think they give the 787-8 of Japan Airlines a wash. It looks nice and clean today. I mean, nice and bright because they sometimes happen to have those marks from the gate. Today they seem to be nice and clean, but of course we are looking at the right side of the plane, so you know, you won't be able to tell until we see them taxiing past front of us later today, and that's when we'll get to know some of it. Hey Hansela, good morning. How are you? Good evening to you. Hoping everything's well with you, Hansela. Really appreciate you joining us this time of the day, this day of the week. Yeah, quite unusual for us to be filming on a Thursday morning, but we did get some time, so we thought let us get done with a stream, hoping it's going to go well. Yeah, we were expecting some special liveries. Sadly, that is not something we are getting today, apart from the Harry Potter livery, which we already saw arrive here in Sydney, and then we had the colourful petals livery of Juneao Air. Yeah, we were able to see Juneao Air departing right in front of us to Shanghai, China. But yeah, we will not able to see Harry Potter livery. I mean, if we are lucky enough, we'll still see it because we do plan to stay here until about 12. That is, you know, when the morning departure, the peak departure session is complete. You know, there are a few departures, especially the heavy departures, that do take place even after 12, I think until about 1 or so, but for the most part, the morning peak departure session usually ends around 12, and that is what we try capturing. And like I've always mentioned, the peak departure session is almost always closed by one airline, and that is A380, if I'm not mistaken. That is to Tokyo Haneda on All Nippon Airways. But sometimes All Nippon Airways, they get ready so soon, they could push back at, let's say, 11:40 as well. But most of the time, they do end up pushing back a little before 12. Having said that, let us see what works best for us. And now we get QF8 coming in from Dallas-Fort Worth, the United States of America. That is Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. VHOQA, Nancy Bird Walton, the first A380 of Qantas. How many of y'all were sad earlier this week, last week, when we all got the final date for the last A380 service of Qantas 2030, I believe, is what they said. Yeah, it's going to be a very emotional day for all of us, and yeah, hopefully we can be here to stream. A lot can happen between 2026, that is right now, to 2030. Yeah, hopefully we will still be around streaming, and yeah, it's going to be quite an emotional one for all of us. You know, we've loved Qantas A380s. We will never forget this very aircraft that we see on screen, Qantas A380 VHOQA, when it suffered an engine failure on engine number 2, that is the left side inner engine, and they were flying from Singapore Changi International Airport to Sydney, QF32. But thanks to the well-trained crew, Captain Richard de Crepney, senior check captain, I do believe it was David Evans, as well as First Officer Matt Hicks, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, they were out there. They all put together their training that they learned all that many years. Not a single injury, no fatality. How good is that? I mean, nothing short of a miracle. And we really appreciate Qantas's training, Qantas's pilots, the pilots' presence of mind, and everything that happened on that day. Let's not forget the ground crew, because when this flight did arrive, one of the engines couldn't be shut off. I do believe it was engine number 1. And then eventually what the firefighters had to do is douse that engine in foam, and eventually it shut down for, I do believe, for about 2 hours after landing on the runway. They just couldn't shut down the engine. No evacuation orders at that very moment, because you know, when in an event of an evacuation and you use the slides, yeah, it is nice and safe, but injuries happen, you know, because for the very fact, the nature of the slide as such. You end up burning yourself or maybe bruising yourself, all those things. So yeah, really appreciate what happened on that day, 4th of November 2010. We will never forget. And for the very fact that all of those A380s will not be with Qantas anymore, that is going to be an emotional day for all of us. But until then, let us capture as many A380 aircraft that we can. And I am very happy, I'm quite delighted, and I feel I've been blessed by God that I could capture Qantas's A380 that we just saw arrive. Let me pan around yet once again. And there you go, that's the very same aircraft that I saw arrive at Westchester Point, which is in Los Angeles, just outside Los Angeles airport. That is the exact place where In-N-Out Burger is situated, and people go out there to spot planes. And I was doing the very same, and I knew Qantas's A380 is coming, and I just waited. And of course I knew it was VHOQA as per Flight Radar 24. And yeah, it's a different experience when you see aircraft from home arriving in a totally different country, very far away from home. We all know Los Angeles is pretty far from out here. So yes, it's like you see a piece of home way far away from home in a totally different continent, a different country. So you know, we do have quite a bit of that emotional bonding with Qantas, and I do believe a lot of us Australians will be feeling the same too. Good morning, Gerald. Good very morning. In fact, good evening to you. I do believe it's evening out there in Brazil. Hoping you're having a great time. And thanks for joining us on this stream today. Excuse me. I think I've caught a cold. Welcome back, Francis. Welcome back. Woo! All right, VA68 coming in from Denpasar, Virgin Australia. Let us capture it. Just a small little pretty Boeing 737 Max 8. Yeah, there you are. Hey Runway, g'day. How are you doing, mates? Hope you're well. Thanks very much for the stream the other day, mates. Really appreciate you getting all of that thing done for us. Capturing that lovely aircraft flying off to Western Sydney was really wonderful having a look at that one. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that one. Hoping you're doing well, Runway. And thanks for joining us on this stream. No worries, mate. No worries. All good, all good. Yeah, you know, whatever is the priority, you've got to manage that one first. So yeah, all the best with whatever you're off and up to, and we do hope to see you around someday. Thank you very much once again, and have a lovely day, mates. Wow, this is the best shot, I believe, with the sun shining nice and golden color on the fuselage. Looks nice on Jetstar's new livery though. Good morning, poor boy. Good morning, 0307. Good day, mates. Yeah, so from across the ditch in a foggy Auckland. No. I hope the temperature is not punishing enough, mates. I hope you're staying nice and warm out there in Auckland. Take care of yourself, and thank you very much for joining us, poor boy. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Stay nice and warm. I do believe it's the fog may clear off sometime soon, because I think I read it on the news or something as such, probably on the weather app or something. I may have read, because we usually keep checking the weather all the time for our streams as such, so I may have read it out there. But yeah, stay nice and warm, and hoping the fog clears off soon. Thank you. Right, 7:02, and nothing's happening out here. No action, is it? We do have
taxi, Golf, short runway 34 left.
QLK 2014 that's just coming from Orange. We do have the Los Angeles service. Let us see if we can capture that one. We'll have to zoom out once again, which we will do. And there you go. Nice and small and cute in the sky. Good morning everyone. Thanks for joining us today. Hoping you all are having a great time from wherever in the world you all are watching us from, and having a great week as well. If you're tired of the week, don't stress. We've already passed the halfway mark and the weekend is going to be around here pretty soon. This aircraft from Orange. Let us look at British Airways. They'll be being taken to one of the remote stands because they will be departing later today in the afternoon. I think about 8 hours from now, 3 o'clock or something is when they usually push back if they are on time. But yeah, for the most part, I would say they depart, let's say about 3:15, 3:30. We did capture their departure on our filming day this past Saturday.
December, Sun 8065, contact ground, decimal 7. Okay, that's 165. Just 165. 165, one taxiway, golf cross. That's fine, Charlie. I'm sure the runway 21. Golf cross, runway 34. Runway 24 right, Alt 1 departure. 5,000, score 1534, departure 123. You wear the jet start 320, you'll let all golf. That's hot.
That is British Airways for you. We did capture its arrival during the shoulder period out here in Sydney. They arrived just a little after 5:30, if I'm not wrong. Ooh, how sad. So they will be positioned out here, which means we won't get a good look because of this structure. So, yeah, sadly we won't get a good look of it. Had they to be going somewhere around here, it would have been a very good view for us. Yeah, better luck next time though. Yeah, having said that, let us get back to where all the action is.
Golf, Alpha, 1, Port Shore, runway 34.
Sydney morning peak hour traffic, you can see it there. The usual weekday traffic.
401, December, Sun 8000.
You don't really see as much of it on weekends, Saturday, Sundays when we film from out here because that's the weekend. Not very many people are out and about that early in the morning. Like, you know, what's the time? 7:06. Yeah, 7:06 on a weekend. Not very many people, but when it's a weekday like today, there are people out and about. There have been people who have already started their work as well. Even we start off quite early whilst we are in office. So, you know, having said that, Sydney is a place where a lot of people love starting their work early, finishing off early, and then they just like having the rest of the evening to themselves.
5, give way to the on A330 on Gold, and then hold short. Okay, 25, 750, hold short.
Right, Melbourne to Sydney service from Jetstar. Just arrived on runway 34 left, and they'll be making their way all the way to the domestic terminals.
141, contact 12.
Ooh, it's getting cold. Singapore Airlines, as we see on screen, they will be pushing back and be departing as SQ212 to Singapore Changi. Let us pan around. We do have taxiing action. Got a bit of a small aircraft view for us here and there, and then we'll be getting QF12 coming in from Los Angeles. That is the A380 that we did capture right above our head earlier, just a few moments ago. And good morning to all joining us on the live stream today. Really appreciate you all joining us on a weekday. Thank you very, very much. Okay, we are just trying to capture another aircraft, the one from Gold Coast. But never mind. Never mind, we just can't get it. The sun is shining nice and bright. But anyway, QF12 Los Angeles to Sydney on the Airbus A380 of Qantas on finals. Just about to land on runway 34 left.
It's 14 heavy. Good morning, runway is 34 left. The independent visual approach, sent by start to 9,000. 161 Delta becomes 125
And QF12 has touched down on runway 34 left. We will be panning around in the next couple of seconds. And put your hands together, everyone, for QF12 coming in from Los Angeles Airbus A380 of Qantas. Wow, how beautiful they look. Lovely. Always love to give it a crack for Qantas's A380. And yeah, it just gets much more emotional for us after the fact, knowing that Qantas will be retiring the A380s in the early 2030s. You know, it's going to be a sad day, like I mentioned earlier on the stream, but let us enjoy whatever we can. For the timing, we do have about 4 years. It's not a short time. 4 years of Airbus A380 operations of Qantas. We will make as much good use as possible of the time that we have with Qantas's A380, and I do hope you all will be enjoying. I'm pretty sure the world will be tuning in on whichever channel is streaming the last A380 service of Qantas. Hopefully we can capture it too. Yeah, that is no prizes for guessing. Air Canada AC-33. We will be getting them around. Right now they are way too high for us to even get a good look at them. Let us see if Singapore Airlines is even ready. Nope, not yet. They are still being served with their cargo doors open out there. You can see it very clearly. There will be a bit of time before we end up getting them. Star Alliance livery of Singapore Airlines is flying right up over our head, and that is Singapore Airlines SQ285 Singapore to Auckland, New Zealand.
MS 33 comes in route to 16.4.
Good morning everyone. Thanks for joining us.
Got like rising onto Bravo 4, give way, 73, and then turn 40. What I'm saying. Outbound, then via Bravo,
some taxiing action out there, but not much, and we aren't even in a lull, if I'm correct, because it's only 7:15. Usually we end up having a slight lull about 7:50 a.m. in the morning during this time. That is standard time. During daylight savings, we usually end up having it about 1 hour later, which is 10 minutes to 9. So yeah, having said that, it seems to be a pretty good day for us. Just that it's quite cold. It's super cold. Our hands are freezing. We didn't expect it to be as such because we have been filming in 6-degree weather and we've never really felt it that cold. I do believe it's just the polar wind as such that's making it feel that cold. Right, we do have Qantas A380, Singapore Airlines A380. They will be departing at 11, but they will eventually be pushed back to a remote stand. Whoa, what did we see? Come on, mates. Right, we'll be getting those nice dash 8s. We can see them in the background out there. Maybe in another minute or so is when we should get them right in front of us. So I think it's going to be the first dash 8, if I'm not wrong, for the day that we will see departing, if I'm not exactly wrong. Yeah, but having said that, we do have a dash 8 that has just arrived from Dubbo. And we'll be able to see it out here on screen shortly, pretty shortly. Oh, there you go. Hey Francis, not a problem. Have a great day at work. Really appreciate you joining us once again, and thank you. See you around. See you mostly on the weekend, and if not on the weekend, then we'll see you next week. Take care of yourself, Francis, and have a lovely day. Really appreciate you joining us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Take care of yourself. Good morning, Mark. Good very morning. How are you, Mark? Hoping everything's well with you. Midweek, I mean, we are just a little ahead of midweek because Thursday morning. The weekend is just around the corner. Good morning, RC70. Thank you very much once again for joining us. Really appreciate it. I hope you're having a great time and a great start to Thursday morning. Thank you. Always appreciate your presence out here. Thank you. Thank you so very much. And the first dash 8 of the stream taxiing right in front of us. Hey, g'day, Jimmy, g'day. Woohoo! AvGeek Aviation, thank you very much for those 10 gift memberships. How good is that? Really appreciate it, mates. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for your kind generosity, mates. Really appreciate it. And congrats to all who have received their membership. Let us see who has got their membership. Elizabeth Higgins, Noah, Dino's Aviation, woo! Dino's Aviation, welcome. Jimmy, Christie's Creations, Regine, Samantha King, Scotty, Davey, Mick. Welcome to all. And once again, thank you very much, AvGeek Aviation, for the super lovely membership to all out here watching us. Ooh, look at that cute plane. It's nothing but cute. Yeah, come on, go for it. I mean, they don't need to go on the runway. They might as well just power up a bit and take off from right out here. Of course, that's a joke, because if they ever did that, you know, it's going to be a serious breach and whatnot, yeah. there you go, all the dash 8s coming in now. Super lovely. Oh, Mark, okay, so Mark says, all good here, just distracting myself from some spreadsheets at work. Hope you're well. Yes, Mark, we are all good. Thank you very much. Really, really appreciate it. And yes, we were in the exact same situation as you yesterday at work. But yeah, hopefully you can get some nice, well-deserved rest over the weekend, Mark. And yeah, whatever it is on your spreadsheet, I do hope it's not going to be too much of an issue. And let's just say the spreadsheet goes well for you. Thanks, Mark. Thank you once again. Really appreciate you joining us and hoping we can bring that little bit of break, little bit of de-stress and detox for you via our live stream. Ooh, a Dash 8 in the background, taking off. Capture them. Yes, that is what we always want to see. We want to always see them taking off and then going in the direction that they want to. But yeah, I do believe they will be turning around yet again. Wonderslink yet again with another Dash 8. Nice to see, you know, all this while we didn't have a Dash 8 at all, and then suddenly we are getting so many of them all together. Up until about maybe 10 minutes ago, we had not spotted a single Dash 8, and then we end up seeing a total of 5 to 6 of them in a span of 10 minutes. That is really great. And good morning to all joining us. We are live here at Sydney Airport, Sydney's Kingsford Smith Airport right now, because Western Sydney Airport is in operation for cargo services. Alright, let us capture CZ325, China Southern Airlines from Guangzhou on their Airbus A350-900. Woohoo! There you go.
China's on 325, ground for bay 2, cross runway 25, full short. Singapore 2, ground for bay 58, push. so forward on the apron.
China Southern CZ325. We will able to see them departing from here later today. Hoping we can get their 15th National Games livery, which is the nice and pink beautiful plane. We have captured it once on our live stream, and we've captured it also on our long form and short form videos too, so go check it out. We've also posted it and pinned it to the top on Instagram. So if you haven't already seen it, just go and have a look. Vietnam Airlines from Ho Chi Minh City on their beautiful A350-900. Singapore Airlines SQ212, they have pushed back. Yes, it'll be nice and fun to see a Boeing 777 departing. How many of you have noticed is the Boeing 787s, Dreamliners as well as A350s got more popular, got more common and widespread amongst different airlines. We have seen the Boeing 777s being out of action. Having said that, that does not mean it's the end of the story, because we do have the Boeing 777-9 which will be will be going to their launch customers next year. I do believe Emirates and Lufthansa are first in queue to get them. Singapore Airlines as well. One of the test aircraft that we usually see is of Singapore Airlines, of the Boeing 777-9. They will eventually be painted in Singapore Airlines livery, and they will be handed over to Singapore Airlines. We will be getting JQ14 coming in from Osaka Kansai. Hey Jonathan, good evening from Ghana. Wow, first time mates. Hoping you're doing well. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for joining us, and hoping you're having a great evening out there in Ghana. I do believe it is summer, if I'm not wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But if it is indeed summer, please take good care of yourself and stay nice and cool, mates. Okay, yeah, you say first time, and yeah, right, it's summer. Cool. Take care of yourself. Try to stay nice and cool. I did hear that there's quite a bit of heat wave all across, so hoping you can stay nice and cool and yeah, do whatever best you can. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for joining us. It is Thursday morning for us out here, 7:33 a.m. as we speak, and it's great to have you here, mates. Thank you. Good morning, good morning, good morning to all joining us on the live stream today. We are streaming live from Sydney's Kingsford Smith Airport.
Cross 07, Grand G'day, taxi, cross, runway 5, standard route to Bay, 31. Go. Turbo runway 25, hold short of Charlie. Runway 25, hold short of Charlie.
Let us see which stand they go to.
21, Grand G'day, taxi, Bravo.
Hopefully they can please us by giving them a nice stand and not taking them way too far.
Short runway 25.
Nah.
2 and Golf to Bay 58. Yellow Delta, thanks for waiting. Tuck Alpha.
I think we aren't lucky enough for that one as well. But that's alright, as long as we are able to capture all of the active aircraft out here, it's going to be wonderful. Let's capture Sydney to Perth service on Virgin Australia. We did see the A380 of Singapore Airlines. They are being pulled around to their remote stand as well. They won't be here too long. 7:36 is when they are pulled around. We can see them in the background now. And they will be taken to their gate once again a little before 9:30 or a little after 9:30 because they need to be pushing back at 11. So let us see how that one works. But in the meanwhile, SQ212 on its way to runway 34L for its flight to Singapore Changi. It's going to be a great view for all of those people out there who are almost stuck in the traffic jam. You can see the traffic moving quite slow. We were on that road as well, but we came in quite early this morning. Even before 5 is when we passed by from that road, and we didn't really have much traffic for the very reason that we were quite early. But yeah, that traffic is going to be there for about the next hour, and then everything's going to clear. Of course, you know, the office crowd, the working crowd, tradies moving all across for their jobs all across in and about Sydney. So there's quite a lot of the traffic. This aircraft will depart as SQ232 to Singapore Changi at 11, not now. Good morning everyone. Thanks for joining us here at Sydney Airport on Sydney Airways. Hoping everything is all good with all of you, and I'm pretty sure you all are looking forward to the weekend. Not too far off. To those watching us from the United States, Canada, Europe, South America, even the continent of Europe, it is just Wednesday night, so not too long before the weekend. For us out here in Australia, most of Asia, Middle East and New Zealand, we are already in Thursday morning, so we do have a bit of time before we end up on the weekend. Just 9 hours difference between Europe and out here for us, and about 14 to 17 hours in the United States, so not too long before we do end up getting that lovely weekend that we all deserve. And I do wish all of you a lovely weekend as well. Link Airways. I think this is the first link that we are catching, if I'm not wrong. I love to see them actually. Super love to see them. Alright, let us look at Singapore Airlines. They will be going into their way pretty soon. Into their base, sorry, not way. Ooh, CX110 Cathay Pacific. They're already pushed back, is it? I do see them pinging. Hey, Miss Aussie Thunder, no problem. A321 XLR. VHOGB, one of the first two. VHOGA was the first one. This is OGB. And there we do have Singapore Airlines. Going to be parked at their remote stand for, let's say, little less than 2 hours. More like an hour and a half. That is SQ212 on its way to Singapore.
422 Delta, City Green, good day, Runway.
That is Batik Air. We did capture them earlier today. Let's look at the A220 coming in from Hobart.
Contact director on 12.41. Just 122 Delta, hold for runway 2. Just open up, CKH stop, 5 to approve, operating for push. Melando 172 report, hotel 12065.
Okay, Air New Zealand 221 coming in from Christchurch on their A320-200, already on finals, and we should be able to spot them shortly out here.
Contact director 115.3. Just 422 Delta, taxi Foxtrot. Information, you know.
Alrighty, let us capture NZ221. They're already on runway 34 left. They should emerge from behind these bushes pretty shortly.
okay, planes are all the one full length of right. About your aim.
OD 172 Sydney to Denpasar service. They are on runway 34. We should be able to see them taxiing shortly. Sorry, not taxiing, taking off shortly.
One, the wind is 29 today, knots runway. Clear to land.
Alright, let's get ready. Boeing 737-8 Max 8. Was only 172 to Denpasar. They're out and about, and then we have Cathay Pacific. They are A350-900 as CX110 to Hong Kong. It is going to be super wonderful to see this A350 depart and take off right in front of us. I do believe they will start their rotation a little before that, so yeah, we may not get to see the whole rotation as such, but it's still going to be a wonderful view regardless. Having said that, we do have an A330 of Qantas as QF98 coming in from what's that? Manila to Brisbane, diverting to Sydney. Oh, okay, this is a diversion. Morning, Philip. Morning, good day. Hope you're doing well. Will says, morning, it's been nice watching this while I'm getting ready for school. Yeah, hoping it's going to be a great start with our live stream for you, Will. And have a lovely day in school, mate. Hoping the time back to school has been wonderful. I think you all got back to school just this past Tuesday, if I'm not wrong. That is what I heard from my colleagues who have kids. And yeah, it was great to see them back, because usually during school holidays is when they will take their time off so that they can roam about and visit different places along with their kids. So hoping everything's going well. All right, so we don't really know what's happening with QF98. That's coming from Manila and was supposed to go to Brisbane, but has arrived out here in Sydney. There, of course, it's a diversion, and we'll see them departing later on today. Not the first time that we've seen one of those diversions, so that's all good. Cathay Pacific with the 80-year anniversary sticker on the fuselage.
Expect independent middle approach, descent view started. You said you had Charlie, correct? Link 101 Delta Contact 125.3. Connect.
Hey, Southwest 737, hello. How are you doing, Southwest? Hoping everything's well with you. Thank you very much for joining us. United from Los Angeles. Of course, it's delayed today. They usually arrive quite early in the morning. It's 7:55 a.m. at this very moment.
Good morning, Europe. It's 5.
But good to see them around. UA 839 Los Angeles to Sydney service. They look nice and shiny today as well. What's happening? It's like we're getting nice and clean planes sort of things today. Let us check. 8-year-old aircraft, December of 2017. Wow, for an 8-year-old aircraft, I would say it's pretty impressive to see them that clean, nice and washed. Of course, you know, that comes down to maintenance and all different sort of things, but really happy to see them. Our eyes are on Emirates. Emirates will be soon departing. Still a bit of time though. Maybe let's say another half an hour or so, just to give them some leeway. That's Sydney to Darwin service on Virgin Australia. Alrighty, we are getting Jetstar after a pretty long break, I would say. Didn't see them for quite some time. Meanwhile, there's also San Francisco to Sydney service on United that has also come in. So both of them were delayed quite a bit. Not too sure what really happened out there. Maybe some sort of issues from their departing airports, San Francisco and Los Angeles. The one that we just saw come in a couple of minutes ago had come in from Los Angeles, and this United 787-9 Dreamliner is from San Francisco.
63, Sydney ground, Alpha, approximately 25, left, hold short Yankee. Alpha, cross runway 25, left on, hold short Yankee. New Zealand 2, taxi, Golf, hold short. Forward left, the opposite direction, 787, on the hotel. Roger, hold short,
CX110 Sydney to Hong Kong service on Cathay Pacific's A350-900 has begun its takeoff roll. We will be able to see it shortly, and we will be capturing it right as it goes into the air. Let's get ready for it. Put your hands together. That was a super early rotation. That is not what I expected. PR211 from Manila has touched down on runway 34L, 34 left. Let us pan around and get a good glimpse of them. Hey AvGeek, good morning. How are you? Hoping everything's well with you, mates. Didn't expect you to be here on a Thursday morning. Thought you would probably be busy with school or uni or whatever. But yeah, good to see you, mates. Right, and then we have Los Angeles to Sydney service on Delta. They are on finals, and we will be able to see them as well. So good morning to all joining us on the live stream. Thank you very much for joining us. Hey Elizabeth, hello, good morning and welcome to the stream. Congratulations on getting your membership. Hope we can keep you nice and entertained out here. Woo, AvGeek, lovely, lovely. That's nice. Hoping it's going to snow. Going to be a nice experience, mates. So yeah, and enjoy your holidays. Right, DL41 has arrived. They've touched down Air New Zealand out here. would we pronounce that name? Is it Gira, Gerdi? I'm not too sure. Please correct me if I'm wrong, and apologies. But yeah, Brisbane Airport fogged in. Woo! There you go. That is the reason why we had the diversion of the flight from Manila. Thanks for letting us know. Hopefully the fog can clear off soon. It does seem to be it's fogged up quite a bit in Auckland as well. We had one of our viewers let us know about Auckland being fogged too. Look at that. It was in Australia, the 150th Boeing 737. Nice to see the 150th Boeing 737 livery of Virgin Australia come in yet again. Really happy to see it. In fact, any special livery always makes us happy. So, you know, we are actually quite stoked with that one. Having a nose block. Hey AvGeek, we just had a diversion Manila to Brisbane service of Qantas, the A330 came out here. And yeah, they are just around the corner out that side, and we didn't really know why, but we just got a comment up above which says Brisbane Airport is fogged in. So yeah, that's how I would say that's one of the interesting movements. But apart from that, what we do have is the colorful petals livery of Juneyao Air. They did arrive earlier today from Shanghai, and they will be departing pretty soon. So we'll get to see them depart, as well as the Harry Potter livery is what came in. Of course, we won't be getting that departure because most of the time they are late, at least in the last few weeks, and today we'll be leaving just about 12 p.m. because we've got other stuff to manage as well. So yeah, that's about it for special moments as such with special liveries, but not too sure if there's anything more coming in. We did check, gave it a quick glimpse at flight radar. We didn't really see anything as such. Alright, AvGeek says, I saw QF16 in an A330 at the Gold Coast. Wow. Is it a regular service or what exactly is it? Do you have any idea? Because usually we don't really look at services from Gold Coast and stuff. So yeah, we wouldn't really know. You know, we never really paid attention as such.
Velocity 816, cross the main. Office 840. Office over. Starfield back.
All right, okay, no diversion because it's going from, okay, cool, yeah, I get that one.
Well, she's still occupied Alpha.
Woo. Man, I didn't think it's going to be this cold. I'm lucky that I wore my jacket because I was not supposed to. I was just supposed to wear a hoodie and that was supposed to be it. But lucky me that I thought at the last moment we'll wear the jacket. Didn't expect it to be this cold. It's 10 degrees, but usually even at 10 or maybe even 6, it's not as cold, especially when you don't have that wind. But when you have that wind blowing, that is when it makes a massive difference, and that is exactly what is happening at this very moment. Oh, not a good one, mate, if it's going to be raining heavily. Stay safe. Yeah, I think a lot of people who would want to be out and about, roaming about, will not able to because of the heavy rain. Alright, let us look at the Harry Potter livery of LATAM. They aren't departing. They haven't arrived. They arrived long time ago. They have just been taken to one of the remote stands because they do have a little over 3.5 hours from now for their departure. So, you know, we've got to make way for other planes because we don't really have as many gates, and we all know how the gate congestion takes place out here in Sydney, especially when there's quite a lot of arrivals in a short span of time. So yeah, here you go. LATAM Airlines, we'll able to get a pretty reasonable look at the Harry Potter livery yet again. We've captured it very many times, but it always feels like, you know, we'll get more of it. Oh, AvGeek says 3 degrees out there, but feels like -2. Ooh, that is going to be freezing, mates. It's like below freezing. Yeah, stay warm, and hoping it's going to pass soon. Yeah, we are almost at the start of August, you know, just 1 week more for us to finish off with July. It's 23rd of July today, so yeah, hoping for that nice warm weather to come up pretty soon for all of us out here in Australia. I had a mate complain yesterday. They were in Perth and they were taking their dog out for a walk at about 6:30 in the morning, and they were complaining there's no daylight. You know, usually I would have thought that Perth has quite a lot of more daylight compared to Sydney or whatever, but yeah, for the most part, nah. Of course, they don't really get as cold as what it does get in Sydney, or Hobart is on a totally different level, but still, you know, I think summer is just more pleasant for most people. That is Jetstar JQ28 that's coming from Phuket.
Reposition approved. Skytrain 13, Virgin 73 Delta, then continue Charlie, hold short of runway 2. Taxi line 14, 25. 5 and
Wow, that's so nice. Sun rises at 5:30 in summer, sets at 9:15. That is very nice. That is something I've personally never experienced in my life, because usually wherever I go and whatever time of the year I go, I always end up getting the most regular sort of sunset and sunrises as such. So yeah, but for the most part, you know, Japan is where I have experienced quite a bit of difference in terms of early sunrises, late sunsets, as well as in New York City, where the sun sets sometimes so early by 10 minutes to 5 in the evening. It's already dark. It's like complete darkness. You think that it's you know, peak night sort of thing. So yeah, that's another pretty crazy stuff, you know, happening out there as well. That is Junea with its colorful petals livery, Harry Potter livery out here. Yeah, AvGeek right now sets at 5 p.m. I think here in Sydney it sets a little after 5, if I'm not wrong. I think 5:06 or whatever. Let me just give it a go for you and have a look. What time do we have the sunset here? 5:09 today. Cool. Yeah, 5:09. Still respectable compared to the 4:54 p.m. during peak winter in June. Qantas's retro livery. Let's get a very good look at Harry Potter livery. This will be our final look at Harry Potter livery on today's live stream, unless we are very surprised by an early departure or on-time departure of Latam Airlines. Yeah, but for the most part, this is it. Morning PAO. Yeah, good morning, morning. Hey AvGeek, yes, a lot of people love the new livery font and text out there, like you said, you know. Yeah, that is correct. But I think in the olden times, you know, that is what it would have been like. So good to get a bit of that nostalgia factor. I think a lot of airlines do these stuff because, you know, nostalgia hits hard with a lot of people, and I do believe it's going to be the same for us as well, because I think eventually in a few years from now, maybe Qantas may change ever so slightly with their livery or whatever, and when they eventually do, yeah, we will feel the same. Now, having said that, this is not a given that Qantas is going to change. You know, some airlines will keep the same font for quite some time. An example is out here, Singapore Airlines. They may change ever so slightly, but if you look back at their liveries from the start until now, you may not see a drastic change. It is quite rare to see that. Yeah, Korean Air being one of them. You know, they have simplified it quite a bit. Yeah, having said that, they are going to be taxiing around to runway 34. Okay, so we are going to be getting a few of those departures for ourselves. We're able to see them. But yeah, having said that, what I was talking about is, you know, you won't really see much of the thing. But for the most part, when liveries do change, it's a very good thing, not really a good thing. I would say, yeah, sometimes it makes it looks nice and fresh and gives it a whole new appeal as such. And you know, when you go back to one of those older liveries or font or text, it brings out memories. You know, a lot of people will be having memories of their best travel during that time when those fonts were you know, quite common and stuff like that. So yeah, it does bring that nostalgic feeling to quite a lot of people. So I mean, it makes people happy. It's also more of a marketing thing. You know, people will be clicking pictures, will want to have some nice videos and stuff like that. AvGeek says, imagine the Jetstar old font on the A321 Neos. Perfect livery if they do. Yes, I agree with that, but the chances of getting them, I tell you, next to none. Literally next to none, you know, because how many times have you seen Jetstar doing something like that, right, for us? Apart from flying with Pride livery, I don't think I've seen anything personally, but you know, like I always say, I've started with spotting planes out here in Australia only since last year, so I haven't really seen anything. But for a lot of others who would have been spotting for a long time before me, it would be a totally different experience. Yeah, right. Actually, that's the sad part. You know, we know that we aren't going to be getting any of that special livery as such, but you know, it always makes sense. All right, we do have Adelaide to Sydney service that is just arrived, and yeah, AvGeek retro style livery, you know, of quite a lot of airlines. I see quite a lot of airlines. In fact, even I've seen Emirates, Etihad. They look lovely. And I think, you know, it just brings the nostalgic feeling. You know, I was not even around when Emirates and Etihad were formed and stuff like that. But, you know, their old liveries, I think what actually it signifies, and, you know, I think brands do this for the very same reason. They try doing this so that, you know, they can capture that feeling, that nostalgic feeling. They know how human brains work and things like that. And there'll be quite a lot of people who will want to travel on that very specific aircraft with that special livery and stuff. You know, how many times people have gone out of the way to travel on the Yam Dreaming livery of Qantas? Tell me about it. Tell me about how many times people have done it to go on the 100-year anniversary livery. Everyone knows it, right? And I'm pretty sure this is what happens all across as well. So yeah, it's a good thing. Good to have great memories as well. Junyao A to Shanghai with its colorful petals livery. The ANA A380s. Have you had a look at our videos? Have you even had a look at one of our live streams? We had no hope of even streaming after on our last day at Tokyo Narita Airport. But as we were departing Tokyo Narita, we happened to see All Nippon Airways A380 with the orange turtle livery. And we went all the way across to the end of the terminal to film it. And we had a live stream, a pretty short live stream, I would say, in just about 5 minutes or 10 minutes. I can't even recollect now, but it was a very nice one. And yeah, then as we were departing on our plane, we filmed a couple of shots as well. So it was a lovely one on that very day. Ooh, look at those birds, the troublemakers. Come on. Y'all are at the wrong place, mate. Y'all will literally be fried. Wow. Ah, man. These birds. They are at the place, out of all the places, they are the place where they shouldn't be there. Yeah, but AvGeek, like I said, you know, those ANA A380s, they are super wonderful. Yeah, sadly, they are only used on flights to Hawaii, Honolulu. So, yeah. And another thing is, I'm not too sure whether very many of us know, all A380 services at Tokyo are only allowed at Tokyo Narita. I don't really see any A380 services at Tokyo Haneda. Right, AvGeek says, I saw a flight review in the blue one. If you know the guy that went across Canada on Dash 8, that was him. Ooh, okay, cool. I don't know. Yeah, because we would probably not know, because, you know, we don't really have much time, like I always keep mentioning. I was just having a chat yesterday with one of my colleagues, and they asked me what do I do in my free time. And I said, we don't ever get free time as such, you know. There's quite a lot of things. So, yeah. If I've got to watch YouTube as such, there's, you know, a lot to catch up with different things with aviation and, you know, even other interests of ours. But yeah, for the most part, there's quite a bit that we've got to do. Korean Air KE402. We'll capture Dash 8 departing. What is Pepsi doing in Sydney? Oh, they just have the regular service, mates. That is KE402. They are departing Sydney right now. They did arrive as KE401. Yeah, and that's a regular regular livery. I was going to say that's a regular service, everyday service on their Boeing 787-10 coming in from Seoul Incheon. Yeah, just that we got the Pepsi livery today. Not always we get the Pepsi livery, we get the new livery as well very many times. Today we were just lucky enough to get the old livery. And I did mention earlier, I do believe you were not on the stream at that time, but I did mention that a lot of people who love the old liveries, it's their day for today to enjoy this one. Yes, AvGeek, they would paint over eventually, but you know, they can't really be taking out the planes altogether, right? Because I do believe they have quite a lot of these planes with the Pepsi livery, with the old ones. So for them to take out all of the planes at once, it's going to be a total business loss. So it's going to be a while. Same like, you know, Qantas. I will pan around and show you what I'm trying to say. So you see this Qantas, this 737, it has the new livery. But you'll see quite a lot of those Qantas 737s as well as the A330s with the old livery. Now they won't be painting the A330s for the very fact that, you know, the A330s are going to be out and about once Qantas gets all of its A350s and 787s. But for the most part it is. Now, you know, to get a very good look at this Qantas, this is the old livery, right? The old livery, look at the roo, the kangaroo out there. So this is the old one. So the thing is, they can't really be taking out a lot of these planes altogether. And considering the fact that Qantas has had its new livery, its current livery from about 2016 or 2017, if I'm not wrong, you can understand like how long that is. If it was 2016, it's 10 years. If it was 2017, it's 9 years. So yeah, it does take some time as such. And the very same thing with this Korean Air, I don't think they will be taking it off anytime soon, for the very fact that this plane is just 2 years old. Okay, so now the fact that when it is 2 years old, they won't be doing much of the work on it until about, you know, they go for a C check or something. So it's going to be quite some time. Yeah, so you know, we will be getting these liveries for quite some time, and especially for those who love these older liveries, they will be around. Yeah, the only thing is, I think, let's say when they go for their major maintenance checks and all, and that is when they will be eventually taken out. But again, you know, having said that, when they do go for such checks as well, maybe if there's going to be a refurbishment or something, that really calls for the whole plane to be painted off and things like that, you know, because it's a business decision you can't really be taking out, because you'll be earning quite a bit on one flight, and a paint job is seriously going to take you anywhere about 2 to 3 weeks, you know, at the most efficient hangars as such. So you can imagine taking off one plane for 2 to 3 weeks will be quite a bit, and if they just take all of them all together, that is going to be quite devastating for them. Of course, in terms of profit as well as in terms of passengers, right? Because passengers will not get the planes that they need to travel on. So it's going to be a loss situation to all of them. E190s go to Sydney. I do believe so. If any of you are out here and you'll know more about the E190s, please fill me in on that one. But I do believe that I would have seen quite a lot of them since last year. Not something regularly, but I have seen. But yeah, if anyone who has much more knowledge about the E190s or something like that, please comment and let us know. Please fill us in on that one. Yes, AvGeek, you're right. Even a Qantas A380 has an old font, and like you know, we were just talking about the Qantas A380. I don't believe they will be getting the new livery. You know, we very well know now that Qantas has announced 2030s is when the last of the A380s will be out and about from Qantas. So does it make financial sense for them to paint? Nah, not really. So they wouldn't be getting the new livery as such. That is Cathay Pacific CX161 coming in from Hong Kong.
124 on runway 2, from runway 34 there, taxi out. On runway 2, fast over the contact for Alpha, short of international, 101. Right, Charlie, function. Morning, Cathay 1. Number 27 West London. Yes, 163 on 32.
Good morning, Modified. Good morning. How are you, Modified? Thank you very much for joining us this Thursday morning, 23rd of July 2026 and 34 minutes past 8. Really appreciate you joining us. Thank you. AvGeek, yes, AvGeek. Indeed, you know, not Qantas. I was going to say Cathay Pacific's A350. They always look super beautiful. And I do believe someone mentioned to us quite a long time ago, and they said that we don't really need the special livery of Cathay Pacific because the regular standard livery looks so good. And that is right, actually. And same thing with Qantas as well. You know, you see Qantas's new livery, that is the current livery on their A380s and all. It looks wonderful. I'm pretty sure it's going to look super wonderful on their 787s as well as on the A350. Yeah, we've seen the 787s regardless, but the A350s is something we haven't seen. It's going to be nice to get a real world look, you know, look at it in the flesh. It's going to be a totally different ball game altogether. So let us see when we get it. Yeah, we'll have to wait until next year, April. Man, that's not too long, I would say. Almost August right now.
14 bay change. Or it is well, you in very short. Bravo, right, Bravo. Hold short of Bravo 2. On Bravo 1, hold short of Bravo. 162, cross runway 2, 5 and hold short. Cross runway 5 and hold short, Sierra, on 72.
Okay, get ready guys. We will be getting a few of those heavy departures shortly. I tell you, AvGeek, I tell you, sometimes, you know, I am really confused about what really even happens there. I'm not too sure where did Rex start its departure roll from, but I do believe they would have started just from here behind the bushes, you know, because we have a taxiway point out there. So I'm pretty sure they would have started from there. But, you know, having said that, I would say that they would have been heavy. AvGeek, if you have been quite regular on our review, not on our reviews, on our live streams, you would have noticed one thing, that sometimes I also mention about A380s as well as the 787s, you know, because sometimes the 787s, they seem to be using up the entire runway and, you know, taking off past the Terminal 1 main food court. Like they will rotate somewhere around here, and I'm always a bit you know, flustered by why do they do that? Was it really necessary, or what exactly is it? But, you know, I'm not too sure. There has to be technicalities to it, right? Because I'm pretty sure in aviation everything is all about, you know, of course there is cost savings, there's profit, there's safety. Safety is the topmost priority. So yeah, that is the thing. Alrighty, look at that. We have the service from Tokyo Haneda that's just come in. And yeah, so what I was trying to say is there's quite many times, I do know this is quite common in Dubai, at Dubai airport. You know, Dubai gets really hot even right now. During the day, the temperatures can be up to like 42, 45 degrees. In the night time, like let's say about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, you still have your temperature at about 38, 39 degrees. So you can understand the heat, right? And this is where what the pilots do is they need the full thrust. Okay, so when you say they need full thrust, let's say the Emirates A350 using full thrust for its short flights. You know, they have very short flights right now, I think to Mumbai and Delhi, which is just about the neighboring countries as such, and then a bit of the flights also to Manchester, if I'm not wrong. Juneyaway, colorful petals livery, wow. Yeah, so what we were talking about is those A350s on that day, they will not be heavy, especially the ones traveling to Edinburgh or Manchester. I do believe Emirates A350 does operate to Edinburgh as well as Mumbai. And these are short flights. You know, Edinburgh is still slightly longer. The flight to Mumbai usually takes less than about 3 hours. And they will be using full thrust for the very reason, because of the heat. You know, they need that thrust. So I'm not too sure if something as such also affects flights out here. But we don't really have that extreme temperature. But yeah, I do get it when you say about the Rex rotating so much later. You know, Rex and E190 again. Those are world apart stuff, right? Like in terms of sizing and things like that. But yeah, what can we say? There you go, the XLR. Alright, JQ48, Jetstar 48 coming in from Seoul, Incheon on their Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. We will be getting a good look of it. So we'll leave the camera just focusing out here. Where are they? Come on. Yeah, there you go. And AvGeek, if you may have noticed, we did change our thumbnail on the previous live stream from Sunday as per what we had discussed of putting the flight, the ATC tower as such, which we did. Quite happy to do that. Yeah, once again, thank you so very much for your suggestion on the day. Really appreciate it, mates. Alright, KE402 Sydney to Seoul engine on their Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner. That is Korean Air. AvGeek says be on the lookout for VH X4F because that's going to Hobart. Ooh, okay, cool. Let us have a look. Oh yeah. That's nice, mates. That's nice. And yeah, once again, AvGeek, thank you very much for your lovely comment on one of our YouTube short videos. I really appreciate it. Are there any more heavies or do we just end the stream now? What's happening? Come on, Emirates, it's time for you. Time for you as well. Japan Airlines JL52, we got the push back. EK412 Emirates, we need to see your lovely departures. Alright, let us go to the flight radar and search for VH X4F. Let us see where they are at this very moment. VHX. Melbourne to Sydney service on Virgin Australia has just arrived. Alrighty, VHX4F has just pushed back. A220. Yeah, we'll capture that one, mates. AvGeek, I'm pretty sure for the very first flights, the 787 will be using full thrust. They will actually want to have a very good look at how things work out. Woo! We got that wave from the captain. Woo! Very nice. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Woo-hoo. Very nice. Thank you. Makes our day. Yeah, so AvGeek, what I'm saying is the 787 will rotate quite early. Especially for the very fact that, the first flights, they never really want to take a risk, no matter what. Of course, they have a lot of computers, they have a lot of data and stuff like that. But the first ones, they always end up using the most thrust. That's how it is, because the first flights are capability flights where there's a lot of studying going on. The flight controls and everything will be studied by the flight control center. They will look at how things work out, because that is what is going to help decide what's the worst weather that the 787 can take off in on any given day, like any other ordinary day. Like, let's say it's the worst weather. You just mentioned today to us that it was raining heavily. It's -2 degrees, not the best of the weather, but again, not the worst of the thing where planes have not departed in such temperatures. You go to Canada, you go to the United States, you're departing in -20 degrees, right? So it's all good. But having said that, the same temperature does not apply to out here in Hobart, where you'll be like, oh yeah, if it's done in Canada, -20, -2 is fine. Now you can't do that, because altitude as well matters, and then the local geography. So considering everything, there's quite a lot. So I would assume for the most part that the first few flights will be using the maximum thrust, and then onwards, as more data is available, it would end up going to a point where they will try saving fuel and look at the weight of the aircraft and maximum stuff. Yeah, AvGeek, that is true. That is true. There is no denying that. You know, the houses out there, they will not like it. At least for the first few times, I'm pretty sure they are not going to like it because it's going to be pretty noisy. But yeah, having said that, this is another consideration that quite a lot of people, they don't consider in terms of business purposes, which is the environmental impact, the impact to residents in and around the airport and directly under the flight path. So that is one thing that needs to be considered, and that is what, when you consider, you will realize that most of the time the 787s will not take off with maximum thrust. That is, of course, you know, after the initial capability flights and all have been conducted, the first initial flights and a bit of studies have been completed. So yeah, there's quite a lot to all of this, you know. And having said that, I'm pretty sure they will find a way to see how things work out, but definitely it's not going to be the best outcome for the residents, you know, because the 787, they are indeed heavy, they use powerful engines, and it's going to be a bit of a give and take sort of thing, I would say. Yeah, definitely, AvGeek, they have got to be extra trained. Hey Enigma, good morning. Good very morning. We all are doing well, and we hope you're doing well too, Enigma. Thank you very much for joining us this Thursday morning. Yeah, we did not know we would be streaming today until late last night, when we thought that, yeah, we have a bit of time on hand, so let's get one stream out. So that's the thing. Yeah, but we did think about that we'll be streaming, and we set up our alarms to wake up early, and then we prepped for the stream with the thumbnail and stuff just this morning. So yeah, thanks Enigma once again for joining us. Yes, AvGeek, like we were saying, the pilots would be trained for Hobart, for the very fact that you don't really see those heavies coming in that often, right? So it's a totally different thing. But again, you know, they are rated. I do believe Hobart is rated for the 787, the A350s, and, you know, even heavier aircraft. But considering the fact that they're not quite regular, you won't really feel that confident always, because, you know, you're not really landing there pretty often like any other airport, I would say. Hey Dean, good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, we hope to catch a bit more of that footage, especially Emirates that we see out here. Hoping we'll get a very good look at it. But thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Dean. Alright, Harry Potter livery once again, because we will not be getting it as it departs, because they are late, not us. We usually try staying back late to get the Harry Potter livery, and then they delay us even much more, because they always prefer departing late. But yeah, that's just a joke on the lighter side. But for the most part, yeah, today we won't be getting it. Okay, let me pan around. It seems to be Thai Airways. They've just pulled it around. So I think they will be out and about and be going to the gate for their departure. Yeah, we'll get a good look of them.
Chewy 1 departure, climb back in 5000, code 1304, departure 14 out of
Hey AvGeek, yes, with the C-17, I've heard it very many times, and I think you mentioned it many times to me as well, that, you know, the C-17 is a totally a game-changing thing out there. I mean, I would really love to see a C-17 landing at Hobart. It's like a totally different thing for me. I just can't get my head around how it happens, but, you know, aircraft capabilities, pilot training, stuff like that, and a lot of preparation as well. So I do understand. But yeah, the antenna, well, 1 to 4. Yeah, 1 to 4. Yeah. It would be a sight. I'm pretty sure there would have been quite a lot of people spotting on the day. Well, if you're wondering whether you can hear Saab 340B Plus, no, that's not a Saab 340B Plus. That's maybe just a Grass 340B Plus machine. Yeah, that is a Grass 340B Plus machine. Oh my goodness. What's in terms of departures? Emirates EK412 to Christchurch. We do have JL52 out there. They should be pushing back anytime now. I think Garuda Indonesia should be pushing back too. China Eastern A350.
China East, advise Sydney ground on Alpha crossing 25 left on hotel. Yankee. Drop runway 25.
Yes, AvGeek, I would really love to see it because, you know, it's anyone's dream, I think, to see a C-17 doing it live in front of them. And to be quite honest, I've never really seen it. So it's going to be anyone's dream to have a look at such. And I would really love to someday. Hoping, you know, fingers crossed that something works out for the most part. But yeah, C-17. And, you know, I would totally understand as well, because the C-17 would be loaded to the brim, and then to take off on such a short runway, yes, they have to. But like I said, you know, the C-17, apart from preparation, the pilot training and everything else, the planes are made for such a thing, you know, where they can depart and arrive on those short runways, and pretty short, I mean even shorter runways than what's at Hobart. So, you know, you get the gist of what they are capable of, and for the very fact that they are not a regular passenger aircraft and, you know, purpose built, you would understand that, yeah, they would have such capabilities because they would need it. Wow, the C-17 flying at around 300 feet, that is, I don't know whether it's scary. Man, I just hope you don't see a C-17 at 300 feet flying right about over the city, like, you know, in front of buildings and stuff. That's not going to be a pleasant experience or thought for most people. Of course, you know, we do have security and everything, but yeah, for the most people out here, I think it's not going to be the best of the thoughts for them. Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't know that. But yeah, there's quite a lot of things, you know, with Australian aviation that I'm not well versed with because I have not been around. The only airport which I've really seen in and out properly and nicely and really had a very good study of is Sydney Airport. But then with most other Australian airports, no, I haven't been. You know, I would say very proudly that I know Tokyo Haneda Airport much better than, let's say, Melbourne Airport that I've been to once, I would say. And, you know, being there once, you would really not learn quite a bit. But for the very fact that Melbourne, I would say, is just a backdoor thing for us. Take a flight or maybe even drive and you're going to be there in a few hours. Let's say a 1 hour, 10-minute flight to Melbourne. Or maybe, let's say, another 12 hours, 13 hours drive, depending on how long you take a break, you're going to be in Melbourne. So it's just like, you know, a backdoor thing for us. It's just around the corner. But for the very fact that I would be going all the way to Tokyo and know an airport out there much better than airports out here in Australia is something, you know, to think of. And the very fact that the logistical stuff doesn't really work out for me because, like I said, for the most part, I would not really prefer taking a flight from Sydney to Melbourne. Forget the train whatsoever. I'm never really going to be taking that unless, you know, in future there does come a time where I want to experience it. But what I'm trying to say is, for the most part, is I like driving, and if I had to go to Melbourne, I would be driving. And if I had to be driving for about those 12-13 hours, I would rather just take a flight to Tokyo Haneda or Tokyo Narita, which again is a 9-hour flight. You do have to add up quite a bit of check-in time and all of that, which does add up to, let's say, 15 odd hours or so. And I do believe, you know, it's going to be the same when you're traveling to Melbourne because you're going to be taking breaks. You're going to be prepping up regardless for that as well. So yeah, and then you just happen to get different airlines. So that is one thing why I would go for it. But yeah, like I said, I do want to film from Brisbane. I want to film from Hobart because there's this person and a lovely mate of mine, Matt, and he was on our stream a couple of months ago, and he showed me pictures when he was at Hobart Airport. Such lovely pictures, you know, you get a good view of the runway, and there's a particular point, I think, from the end of the runway where you can look directly on the approach path. How wonderful is that? Hey, AvGeek, yes, that is correct. The Saabs don't learn to be quiet. I mean, you know, they are one of those mischievous students in school. I'm not too sure if it's pretty much the same out here as well. You know, I did not do my schooling here, but I'm guessing it's the same as for what I've seen on videos and stuff. But yeah, the Saabs are never really quiet, no matter how much. The moment they start their engines until the time they shut down at the gate, they are always noisy. Oh yeah, see AvGeek, yeah, you remember Matt, yeah. So I did meet Matt after that just once again when we were here at this viewing point, Shep's Mound, because it happened to be that on the day we did stream together, the microphone stayed with Matt, and sorry, not the microphone, the magnet that attaches to the microphone. And I did not realize it, because when I went home and I was charging the microphone, I did realize that the magnet is not out there, and I thought it may have just fallen in the boot of my car, and I thought, okay, I'll check it some other day. But you know, considering the fact that we have so many microphones as such, I think we have 4 pairs of microphones, so I just started using the other one, and I didn't really bother. I just thought that, you know, it will be in the boot of the car, and someday when we are cleaning it, we'll find it. And yeah, and then Matt walks 3 weeks later and hands us over the magnet. I was like, oh, that is nice. Cool, because we always thought that it would have been in the car, but didn't really realize. So what really happened is the magnet did stick to, I think, the other accessories that Matt was using on the day. So that is one thing. But you know, even Matt is the person who actually showed me those wonderful pictures, and he has some really good pictures out there. So go check him out on Instagram as well. He's been really kind to share quite a lot of knowledge. As you know, a lot of people, when you ask them for stuff, they don't really want to share. And you know, I can understand that they want to have that advantage over everyone else. But Matt's not that type of person. Matt has been so happy, you know, sharing with us a lot of these things. In fact, I credit Matt with showing me the runway 16 lookout point. You know, I always knew there were spotters going out there because I've seen pictures, videos and stuff like that. But I never really bothered trying it until about one day in April when we were filming, and the runway change happened all of a sudden at about 9 a.m. and then Matt just asked me to follow his car, and we just drove there. What a wonderful place. So yeah, all thanks to Matt. If Matt's still watching us, hoping he's watching, but I do believe he would be a bit busy during the week. But yeah, all thanks to Matt for that one. Yeah, Matt did say that he will be joining us again on one of our future live streams, but you know, he is super busy, super busy. So it's going to take a while before we do bring that live stream. But comment and let us know what is it that you would love to know from Matt, because Matt has quite good knowledge with photography and how to save a bad photo that you've taken. You know, I never really save a bad photo because I know I've lost it, so I'm just deleting that and putting it into the bin. But I've seen Matt saving really pictures that I thought would have just been gone to the bin. Matt knows how to edit. Matt really has very good knowledge, and the very fact that, you know, he's a professional at what he does, it's on a totally different level. So let us know about that one. Yeah, AvGeek, not too sure. Let us just have a look. Hoping everything's okay with not quite a lot. All right, so the one that we just caught taking off, they are off to Canberra, so not too far. JL52 has pushed back. All right, we'll have to change pan attention to Emirates EK412. Look at that. So Emirates literally looks like they're stuck in the air. You know, they're just levitating, I would say, as they were taking off. Very nice. That was a gradual one. For those of you who noticed, there was not much sound. They probably are not using most of the thrust, I would say. Again, just the flight to New Zealand, Christchurch. Not very many people on board. Of course, not much fuel, and when you don't have as many people, you don't have as much luggage. So yeah, it's going to be a nice and relaxed flight. Yeah, mate, AvGeek A380. It's going to pass, I think, even like much more closer to you in the next few hours, like let's say in the next 2 hours, or maybe an hour and a half. 2 hours is way too much, I would say. Oh boy. why, yes, every time everyone wonders the very same thing, you know, because A380s, it's so huge, it's so heavy. But you know, that's the marvel of aviation. There's quite a lot of engineering. About 800 miles of wiring on that plane, on any other plane, like on any A380, you have about 800 miles of distance of just cabling and wiring out there. So you can imagine how complex that aircraft is, and yet after having been that complex, it's considered as old technology, because as you know, from the early 2000s is when we got a lot of new technology, and that's been implemented in a lot of aircraft, like the one we see right now on screen, the Boeing 787, as well as the A350s, as well as, you know, the newer aircraft, the A330-900s, and what else do I say? I was supposed to mention another aircraft. Did I mention the A350? If I didn't, so I think I would be wanting to mention the A350. All right, A&E, All Nippon Airways, that has come in from Tokyo Haneda. You can see on the banner on top, it says Tokyo Haneda. Earlier, I think they just used to say Tokyo or something. Yeah, but now it's great to see them mentioning it just the way I pronounce it, Tokyo Haneda. Hey, good morning, Clarence. Good morning. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Good morning. And Clarence is watching us from Texas. Wow, the land of the big. Great to see you, mates. Great to see you from Texas. Nice to have you around here. We do have quite a lot of people watching us from Texas about every other weekend, and glad to see you, Clarence. Thank you very, very, very much. And AvGeek, yeah, sort of drifting, right? Woo! Yes, your chat is pinned because it's drifting. Yeah. Japan Airlines, Boeing 787-800 Dreamliner to Tokyo Haneda. Whoa, American Airlines A380 out there. We are getting a lot of those departures. I'm happy. We'll come to American. Let us have a look. Hey, AvGeek, here you go. Yeah. The 777 is literally huge. X4F. X4F for you, AvGeek. This one's going to be very close to you. Hobart in about, I would say, the next 1 hour and 20 minutes. And that is American Airlines Boeing 777-300ER. Ooh, Garuda Indonesia, that has just come in from Jakarta. Today both of the Garuda Indonesia flights have no special liveries. They just come up with their standard ones. Yeah, they did not expect too many of the plane spotters out here in Sydney, I believe, so they may have just sent their regular ones. Else usually on a weekend we end up getting the 74-year anniversary livery or the Maskell livery or the Pokemon livery. Yeah, and it's almost always every other weekend, so that's the thing. Yes, that is right, that is right. Alrighty, let us capture what we are here for. How good was that? Glad to have captured the BAE 146. I do believe tomorrow is the last day and then we don't get any of them. Yeah, tomorrow morning is the last. Just pan around and have a look at this one. Right, what is Malaysia Airlines doing there? Wow, totally forgot about it. 15 minutes ago is when they arrived. Yeah, Jakarta service behind them. And all Nippon Airways, they will be getting their gate shortly, so no stress about that. Alright, Sydney to Tokyo Haneda, JL52 on the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. We will be able to capture them. Let us see how heavy they are. Yes, morning, Dean. So the thing is, I do believe probably because tomorrow is going to be the last service of ASL, tomorrow morning, and sadly we may not be able to capture them tomorrow morning. So lucky that we got to capture them today. Yeah. So yeah, I think this is going to go down in history as a sort of thing. I'm not too sure why there was a delay though. I really have no idea whatsoever. This is not something we expected, but pretty sure quite a lot of us would be happy to see it though. That is QF67, Sydney to Bangalore, India. All right, Clarence says it's 6:13 p.m. in Texas. Wow, so that is a 15-hour difference. Okay, yeah, that's correct because we do have a 14-hour difference between Sydney and New York. So yeah, 1 hour difference between New York and Texas. That does make quite a lot of sense. Hoping you're having a great time, mates. Clarence, we did have a viewer coming in from Texas in June to Sydney, and yeah, they had a lovely holiday and they are back to Texas. Hopefully we can be there someday. Let us see if we can capture ASL's departure. Alright, we will bid adieu to ASL today. Of course, today second last flight, tomorrow the last one, and yeah, I think we are blessed enough to be getting ASL. Of course, not one runway 34 left, but nevertheless it's going to be a good one. Having said that, JL52 Sydney to Tokyo Haneda are lovely and the most loving service and the most favorite service of ours. Very nice, very, very, very nice. Haha. Ooh, Oz Planes, Dean, thank you very much for those 5 gift membership. Really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Always appreciate your generous contributions, Dean. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very much. You know, your contribution on this channel, Dean, it never really goes unnoticed. We always appreciate your support, whether it's through kind words, through your comments, through the gift memberships, through, you know, your donations and all. Really appreciate it. Thank you. It means a lot to us. All right, we did mention about Singapore Airlines A380, and here you go, in less than an hour and a half since they were put at the remote bay, they are being pulled to their gate. And congrats to everyone who's got their memberships today from Dean. Congrats to Winnie Banks. Oh, nice. Congrats to JNG, HSV Bloke. Hunter Girl. Wow, Hunter Girl, we just saw you the other day out on our channel and glad to see you getting the membership. Really hoping you all enjoy, and congrats to VCCR as well. All right, another one for us. Good morning, Bob. Good very morning. Thank you very much. How are you doing, Bob? Hoping everything's well with you. And hoping you're having a great week. Alright, Sydney to Brisbane service on the A330-200. We all know this aircraft was it was diverted, and we will be able to get that one too shortly. All right, here you go. This is it. QF98, Sydney to Brisbane. This was supposed to be Manila to Brisbane service, but it was diverted to Sydney because of the fog. And what a wonderful day to capture them. What do we capture? Do we capture this or do we capture ASL? Maybe we'll capture ASL if we are lucky enough. That is it. End of an era. We won't be here today, so for all of you. Yeah, we had to zoom out because when we were zoomed in, we weren't getting much of the thing. And this is Qantas, the service to Brisbane. Yeah. Happy journey to all. I'm pretty sure y'all are tired, but maybe just about an hour more before you'll reach, and y'all can then be nice free birds. Okay, that's lovely. We got the diverted flight. We caught them arriving. We caught them now taxiing to depart, as well as we captured ASL. What a nice day to capture them on the second last journey of theirs from Sydney. Nice, that was American Airlines AA72 Garuda Indonesia that has just come in from Jakarta. Glad to see them getting their gates pretty soon, as well as Malaysia Airlines. Of course, it was a bit of a wait, but not too much, I would say. Not as bad as what we've seen. I do recollect about a few weeks ago, Singapore Airlines SQ231, as they arrived, they were out here for an hour and a half. Hey, good morning, Kitsun. Good morning. Yes, it is a wonderful day today. It's really a wonderful one, as long as there's no rain. Yeah, we are all happy, but there's no prediction of rain. So yes, indeed, we are really enjoying the weather. Slightly bit cold for us, but no problem. Hoping you're doing well, and thanks for joining us. Nice to see you yet again on our stream. to Bangalore, India. Let us capture her departure. Alright, let's capture them, the dash 8s. We, for some reason, happen to love the dash 8s now. And there's another one. Hey Hansela, yeah, we are getting quite a lot of Dash 8s. I do remember the last time we spoke about the Dash 8s as well when you were on the stream a few weeks ago. So I'm glad we could capture some of it for you as well. Damien says, good morning everyone. G'day Sheldon, sweet day. Might try and take a trip out to Shep's. Cheers. Wow, that would be lovely, mates. Really, this is a nice time to be here. Not too crowded as well, just like any other weekend. So yeah, give it a go. Hoping you're going to have a great time. And yeah, thanks Damien so very much for joining us on the stream as well. Appreciate it. Right, we will be getting the Boeing 737, the 150th Boeing 737 of Virgin Australia. We can see it out there in the background. So it's going to be fun. No problem, Dean. Take care of yourself. Have a lovely one. And yep, always happy, always happy. And yeah, we'll wait to have a look at your streams as well, Dean. Thank you very much and see you soon. Canada AC-34, they have started their taxi to runway 34L. That Virgin Australia, it took some time for us to get it on our channel. I think we first got it maybe 2 months ago or something, and I'm really not too sure whether it was 2 months or a month ago. But yeah, after that we've captured it quite many times, so I'm glad we could capture it today as well. The 150th Boeing 737 of Virgin Australia. Sydney to Auckland, QF3 on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner.
420, get out. If you can double check it, please. Behind the company, watching the runway 29.
Flying Alpha 6, runway 49.
Oh, we have CG Naves. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Apologies, but greetings from Orlando, Florida. Hey? Is it FL? I'm not too sure, but yeah, greetings from Orlando. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for joining us on the live stream. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hoping you're doing well, CG. Yes, CG, I hope you're having a great time out there in Orlando, Florida. Having a great time. And yeah, is the airport close to you? I do believe it will be quite close. Yeah, Florida, yeah. For a moment, I read it as all together like FLMCO, and then I was like, oh, okay, Florida, but then MCO. Yeah, but then I was like, oh, okay, cool, I get it, yeah. So hoping everything's well with you, CG. Thank you very much for joining us. Please have a great, super lovely summer evening out there. And hoping you're gonna have a good time. Hey Dean, oh, we did not even realize that. We did not even realize that, but thank you very much, Dean, for letting us know. We will be going home and checking the repeat uploaded version of this live stream. So let us see what it looks like. Thank you very much, Modified, for your generous contribution. Really appreciate it, mates. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Yeah, we need to see Dean, who was shining their light. No one really even told us that they're on a plane. Yeah, earlier this morning we had one of our viewers traveling to Melbourne on JQ503, if I'm not mistaken, and they did tell us that they are on the flight and stuff. And yeah, I don't think they were shining their light, but I did wave out and they happened to see me, so that was nice. But yeah, over here we just got caught off guard. Had you not to mention it, we would know it. So thank you very much, Dean. Really appreciate it. Woo! Yeah, thank you so very much, Dean, once again. I really appreciate all your kind words and your motivation for us. And like I always keep saying, everyone, please go check out this channel of Oz Planes. That is Dean's channel. He has some great visuals. I always keep mentioning it to Dean and to everyone that they have great visuals, much better visuals than us. So please go check it out. They just streamed earlier this week. I do believe it was on Monday morning, if I'm not wrong. So please go check them out. Dean is very kind, and it's really a wonderful channel. Dean has been streaming from the beach. The last 2 times they streamed from there. So go have a look. You'll always get some really good visuals from Dean, as well as from the different locations. You know, we usually used to stream from the beach, but for some reason I think the last 1.5 months we haven't been there, but hopefully we'll get back. But having said that, yes, please go check out Dean as well. Wonderful channel, that is Oz Planes. Thank you very much, Dean. Really appreciate it. All right, CG says, thank you so much. Temperature is 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Ooh, yeah, 90 degrees is, I think, just about 36 degrees Celsius or something out here. But yeah, that is literally hot. And yeah, I do have 2 of my friends living in New York, and they told me that it was hot the past week. And yeah, it is literally getting hot. So please stay nice and cool, CG. Hoping everything goes well with you. And thank you very much, CG. You know, we have quite a lot of our viewers from the United States, from San Francisco, from Los Angeles, from Texas, from I also believe from Denver. Yeah, from Denver. So there's quite a lot of people joining us, and really appreciate you joining us as well. Hopefully we can still stream from our planned location of San Francisco. We have filmed from Los Angeles. We haven't streamed from San Francisco or Los Angeles, but we would love to do so. But we could sadly not plan it because of, you know, all the crazy Middle Eastern things happening out there. But let us see. We still do hope, and hopefully we can bring you some United States action right from the backyard of your home. So stay tuned with us, CG. Always happy, as well as we will be bringing a lot of that action from Tokyo Haneda pretty soon. I've been mentioning it for quite some time on our live streams. We've got action from Tokyo Haneda earlier this year. We plan to get it again later this year, and this time we plan to capture the 100-year anniversary livery of Lufthansa on their Boeing 747, because they usually fly that special livery to Tokyo Haneda from Frankfurt. So let us see if we are lucky enough to get all of that. Yay! Super. Special liveries are the way to go. Yeah, that's all talk and no show, because we didn't really get any special liveries as such. Of course, we got the Harry Potter livery that we see right here, and then the colorful petal livery of Junei Awe, which already arrived and departed to and from Shanghai. All right, here is what we got to know. So Matt says the Shine the Light was friends of ours on QF3. I tried to message earlier but wasn't subscribed long enough. Alrighty, cool Matt, thank you so much. Thanks for letting us know. At least now we know that, you know, there was a light shining and stuff like that. Yeah, thanks to Dean, because had Dean not to mention it, we did not actually see it on screen. So really appreciate it, Matt. Thanks for letting us know. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Dean. But good to know that, Matt, and yeah, stay tuned. We will bring a lot more action. But yeah, Matt, just wanted to let you know, Dean has been, you know, a great supporter. I mean, we don't really deserve it, but, you know, Dean has been pretty, you know, kind to us in helping our channel grow, whether it be his subscription, the membership gifts, the donations, the you know, kind words, the support. There have been tough times as well, and, you know, Dean has been quite supportive with his comments out here. So yeah, all good. Almost missed it, but there you go. That's a late rotation, I would say, for Air Canada, because we have seen them rotating early as well. Yeah, quite a difference. Right, let us capture Chamonix on their Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. There you are, the wonderful 787-9. I've noticed the last couple of times they are sending the 787-9s. Earlier it used to be the -8s.
Chamonix 801, cross runway 25, national 2, again 2.
Nice to see them. I do believe we may not able to see them depart, considering the fact that they have arrived now. It may be a bit too late. Hey Grump, so usually with the humidity, what I've heard is a lot of people say the humidity does affect, probably because, you know, the air is a bit more heavier or denser, that sort of thing. Of course, you know, I'm not a scientist, or I don't really know the technical side of it, but yes, it does affect in terms of takeoff roll. And that is what exactly I was trying to explain this morning for departures out of Dubai International Airport. Because, you know, currently if you go over there, you will be having daytime temperatures, afternoon temperatures of about 42 degrees, 43 degrees, and sometimes even up to 45. And evening temperatures could range anywhere between 36 and 39. So yes, if you actually notice, A350s that travel just to Mumbai, which is in India, which is not too far, it's less than a 3-hour flight, more like a 2.5-hour flight, or maybe flights even to Edinburgh in the UK, which is again not too far. I do believe it's about a 6.5-hour flight, and they tend to use full thrust for the very fact that, you know, they need that power. So I would say yes, but if there's anyone who has much more technical knowledge about it, you know, please feel free to fill us in on that one and give us more insights into it. But yeah, for the most part, I do believe with the high humidity, you will end up with wanting more power, and that is what the planes usually do. They will usually use a longer length of the runway and maybe not use as much thrust, or the other way around is if it's a shorter runway, you'll end up using higher thrust as such. And in Dubai they usually use higher thrust because the way the runways are actually positioned from the terminal, it is always better that they use more thrust, because, you know, there's a lot of active runway crossings as such. So the faster the planes lift off the ground, the better for the clearances for the ground staff and the not the ground staff, the ground vehicles as such. So yeah, you know, there's a lot of technicalities to it, but for the most part, if I have to answer in the very simplest sense, then yes, Grump, yeah, they will be using they will be having a longer takeoff roll if they use the same amount of thrust, or the other way around, have a shorter takeoff roll but use the full amount of thrust, even though you will not really need it on any other good day. Oh wow, there you go. That is a lovely explanation. High humidity lengthens an aircraft's takeoff roll because water vapor molecules are lighter than standard dry air molecules. Wow. Yeah, that is that is quite a bit of the technical part of it, right? Yeah, but thank you so very much, Grump. Really appreciate you sharing that one with us. Yeah, I mean, if you actually want to see that high humidity thing, right, you've got to travel to more of those places. Especially Dubai is something that will really make it quite known to you. Of course, you know, sometimes we happen to have humidity in Brisbane as well at Brisbane Airport. It's mentioned so very many times. But then the thing is, the effects are not really as evident as you may see it in the Middle East, because with Brisbane, even though the thing is as such, you will end up seeing quite a lot of cool breeze around and stuff like that. But yeah, I remember watching a YouTube video maybe about 2 years ago or something, and this was exactly in relation to that, where people try filming during these hot and humid conditions, and a lot of it was centered around the Middle East, because in the Middle East you end up getting a lot of that heat, and the climate as such does make it a bit too hard for that humidity to spread out as such. And airports having that long runways, so many runways, the climate, a desert climate, the whole airport itself becomes a heat sink. So you would understand what I'm trying to say, that you'll get to see a lot of that effect of that humidity out there. Alright, Grum says the air becomes less dense, reducing both engine thrust and the aerodynamic lift required for the aircraft to become airborne. Okay, yeah, that confirms what we just spoke about earlier, right? Like, you would need maximum thrust so that you're trying to get up into the air. Yeah, so good to know that. Good learning for us. Thank you very, very, very much. Alright, SQ231, they are just about the place. We should be able to see them. Will be a nice landing. Prior to that, we do have Cebu Pacific. Boeing 737-900. Not often do we see that. So nice to see it today. Giving them all the screen time they deserve. 737-700 on our stream today. Cebu Pacific just arrived from Manila. Totally forgot about that. The retro livery. It's been a while since they passed by us. Yeah, I think there would have been quite a bit of congestion out there at the runway threshold. The L40 Sydney to Los Angeles service. They should be taxiing pretty soon.
Okay, lovely. Well, thanks very much. Pushing on through.
Bravo. Yes, but I need you to go for now. Yeah, I want you to put tail first, so your tail comes down, but I need you to hold short of golf for now.
Capture SQ231 on their A380 that is coming from Singapore Changi, Singapore Airlines.
Good morning, Singapore 231. Enter and taxi run 5 to your left. Hold Yankee.
To wishing them they get a gate as fast as they can. We do know the other day they were waiting for quite some time. We do have QF74 just right in front of them. Arrived about 10 minutes ago, which is not too bad, but for the most part, yeah, I don't really want them waiting for an hour and a half, almost an hour and a half, like how we had them the other time.
Singapore 2, instruction 231, can I the runway, Golf, short of base 58.
Having said that, China Southern, they pushed back for their flight to Guangzhou CZ326.
On a 790, cross 25, hold short of runway 10.
And we'll be getting the arrival of TG471. That is Thai Airways TG471 from Bangkok. Yeah, on runway 34, yeah, on finals. Hey Richard, good evening. How are you, Richard? Thanks for joining us this weekday evening, Wednesday evening for you. Thank you very much for joining. Really appreciate it, Richard. Hope you're doing well.
Get on Alpha, enter runway 25, taxi 5, hold short of Yankee.
Okay, and then Delta has begun its not takeoff, it's taxi.
Indonesia 715 on Alpha, runway 25, taxi, hold short Lima. Singapore 231, give way to corner 78, hit your 12 o'clock, and then near base 57. 12 o'clock, Cafe 160, g'day, give way to a corner 7, bound to 51, base 32, push back through. On Lima, cross runway 3 for left, point Alpha 6, runway 3 for left. On Lima, cross 3 for left,
Go to the Indonesia for its flight to Denpasar, and that's Jetstar that's just passed in front of us, that's coming from Melbourne.
Holding point Alpha 6, runway 4 left. Alpha 6, pushback approved. Type 471, space 58 today is occupied, but the aircraft on the due out at time 5. So, in about 5 minutes, actually leaving far away. 0 pushback.
Yeah, a bit of a quiet time right now.
Hello, taxi, cross.
Can't really see much of planes around, but I'm pretty sure in a while we will be starting to get all of those departures. Won't be too long. Having said that, we do still have a couple of more arrivals to take place as well. And there's already a few departures lined up. There's Sydney to Alice Springs on Qantas 737-800, the Airbus A330 of Garuda Indonesia for its flight to Denpasar, DL40, that is Delta 40, Sydney to Los Angeles service on their A350-900, and then we have an A350-900 service right there, dead center of the screen, and that is to Guangzhou, China, of China Southern Airlines, that is CZ326. Right, let us capture the Alice Springs departure. It was the Alice Springs departure, and we happened to miss out on Thai Airways being pulled across it. We would have got a very good view of them as they were just pulled across diagonally behind us, so it would have been very nice. But having said that, that's totally fine because we will be getting to see Thai Airways departing as well. Hopefully they all are on time and not delayed today, because I do believe we've had quite a lot of delays with the arrivals.
Runway 34 left. No worries,
Alright, GA715 Sydney to Denpasar service is on runway 34 on its takeoff roll.
Report ready with Tower 1-0-5. Get up.
Right, 14, you push back some 4 minutes.
that is United. I do believe they are off to Los Angeles. Let us check the flight radar. Yeah, there you go, UA842 to Los Angeles. Great to see them departing now, because I thought they would have been much more delayed considering the fact that they arrived quite late. So good to see them.
Runway 2, Juliet, hold short outside.
And this is China Airlines that has come in from Taipei. Good to get a very good view of them as they arrived on runway 34 right, and you know, we will be capturing them. Pretty up close, else usually they are on runway 34 left, and then we don't get to see get a good view of them. But this is very nice. That's a freighter that's coming from Hong Kong. We have China Airlines on runway 25 waiting to cross the active runway 34. Just one of another domestic aircraft, Sydney to Brisbane service on Virgin Australia 737. CX-162, Cathay Pacific, the second Cathay Pacific departure of the day to Hong Kong. That is China Southern Airlines. We saw them taxiing right in front of us, and great to capture them depart. CZ326 to Guangzhou. This is China Airlines CI151, I believe. Sorry, CI51 from Taipei, and Cathay Pacific CX162 to Hong Kong.
Cathay 160, holding point out for 6 runway 34, then report ready with tower 20, decimal 5, get in. Thank you for holding point, 6 runway 31 left and report to tower, Cathay 1. Unable expedite.
We'll wait for them. to start their takeoff row, and it will be fun to capture.
17 dotted ground, g'day, taxi. Following a 737, just pushed off 11. When you're able, runway 2.
Sorry, there's time down. Connor 161, give way to come 380 behind you, they're just getting off the now, and then Bay 12 push.
We also have Vietjet Air out there to Ho Chi Minh City. They have pushed back and started their taxi, so yeah, we will be getting quite a lot of that departure action. UA 842 Sydney to Los Angeles service on United's Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. The massive, super wonderful A380 of Qantas QF63, without a doubt, Sydney to Johannesburg. They have a long taxi to runway 34 left, and then they will be departing. We will be capturing them too. Qantas 737 coming in from Melbourne.
On Alpha, cross runway 5, follow via jet 330 from your right, and then taxi on number 6, runway 3 for left.
Oh, look at the background, Vietnam Airlines. Yeah, getting all of those departures out now. That is pretty good. Getting to almost at peak departures, 10:23 a.m. Yeah. QF63 will be nice to capture them. Hopefully they don't rotate too early. I always mention this because sometimes I notice even the longer flights, like the flight to Johannesburg is not a short one by any means, but sometimes we do notice them that they rotate quite early. So hopefully we are lucky today. Let's capture the Sydney to Cairns service on the Boeing 737. There you are. This is Vietnam Airlines to Ho Chi Minh City. We saw them arriving earlier today as well, just like most of the other heavy aircraft, and it will be a nice one to see them depart to. Most of the A350s, they look so beautiful that you just find it tempting enough to stop and give them some really good looks, click some pictures, get some videos, etc. Another dash 8. QF23 Sydney to Bangkok service on the Airbus A330-800 of Qantas. This is the previous livery. We did have a pretty long chat about it earlier today.
Qantas 20, slow taxi, 2737 on your left. Then holding point up at runway 3 for left.
Alright, CX162 of Cathay Pacific to Hong Kong on the A350-900 has begun its takeoff roll. We can hear the engines working nice and hard.
Lindo 122, give way to Qantas A330 behind you on Alpha. they're just going to bay 1 now, and then bay 3, push back approved, tail north on Alpha. Galindo 122 negative, A330, they are just going to bay 1 now, and then push approved, tail north.
Alright, VJ86 on the Airbus A330 of Vietjet Air has begun its takeoff roll from runway 34 left. You can hear the engines and we will be able to see them shortly. So let's get ready for that one. Hopefully they don't rotate because we are getting all of them rotating, let's say maybe a second or two earlier than what we expect them to. This was so much better. We just saw the nose gear coming up as such, but that's totally fine for us. All right, Clarence says good evening from the Lone Star State. Really? Is that how they know it as such? Like the Lone Star State? More sort of a tongue twister for me. I can't say it fast. All right, let's give it a crack. Lone Star State, Lone Star State, Lone Star State. Cool, mates. But yeah, thank you very much, Clarence. We really appreciate your presence. You know, you're joining us from the different side of the world, from the different hemisphere. We are in the southern hemisphere, as well as different side of the world. You know, makes it quite enjoyable, and we are glad that we can share with you this aviation journey, the love of aviation from here in Sydney. So we do hope everything is going to be nice and smooth for you as well out there. Hoping you've already had your dinner, Clarence. If not, I'm pretty sure it's going to be dinner time very soon. Alright, QF63, the A380 of Qantas to Johannesburg.
161 cross runway 25, the Kingsford Julian.
Ooh, this is what we wanted, and I'm glad we could get it. Texas, oh yeah, so we already had Jira as well, so yeah, thank you so much. Oh wow, that's nice, really good, because you know, so some people I do know that they end up having quite a late dinner as such, so yeah, it's good that you had your early dinner. Oh yeah, on YouTube. I'm just streaming to YouTube. Yeah. I'm saying I'm streaming to YouTube.
Oh, you got
Yeah.
What's your name and I'll give you a follow.
I'm Sheldon. The channel is known as Sydney Airways. Thank you so much.
No,
really
you're okay.
appreciate it.
Always here to support you.
Thank you. Are you all around here to see some special planes or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Singapore,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So at 11 o'clock when they push back and all. Okay, cool. That's nice. Enjoy.
What is it?
Sydney Airways.
Sydney.
Airways.
YouTube.
Yeah, on YouTube.
Oh, YouTube.
They're just streaming to YouTube. Yeah, I didn't get my lens. We have a lens, like there's a lens setup. You know, you've got to take out this case. You put in another case, and it has a lens mount. And then you affix the lens, and you get a much better view of the thing. I didn't carry it today because I thought it's like totally fine. But then yeah, when you use the lens, you get a much better view. You get it as much closer. So yeah, so that's the thing. But yeah, pretty simple setup as such. Yeah.
So then how do you get it to YouTube?
It's streaming to YouTube, so this is on YouTube right now. So you know, YouTube has its own app and stuff like that. We just use the overlays. So that's how it is. So it's pretty much like, you know, on the phone how we watch YouTube. That's how it is. And then, you know, the top overlays with the aircraft information. Yeah, so you go to AirNav radar. So AirNav radar is the site, and you just put in the airport code, and then you'll get all the details of the aircraft that are arriving and landing on the runways. So it shows you the one for this runway as well as the one on that side. So yeah. So it's like a pretty easy thing. You just need to copy the URL and then use it out here on YouTube, and done and dusted. Easy peasy. That's how it is.
Yeah, we should start doing it.
Yeah, you should actually.
Yeah.
It's like, because there's quite a lot of people. The other day we were 3 of us, I think this past Sunday. So this past Sunday I was here, and then there were 2 others as well. So you should give it a go. Should be fun. Yeah, so is it just for Singapore Airlines that you'll have come, and then after that you'll will be leaving? Okay, cool. That should be fun. Yeah, still have some time. What's that? 37 minutes past 10. Yeah, 11 o'clock. They usually push back around 11, and then yeah, around 11. Sometimes if they're late, maybe 11:10 or something, and then the long taxi to runway 34. So let's say 11:20, 11:25 is when they take off. Sometimes it could be a bit early as well, but yeah, that's the usual time as such. That's how it is. Sorry? Yeah, it is actually easy. Just like, you know, the setup usually takes about 20 minutes when you come. So I come over here, set up everything, and then yeah, it takes a bit of time. And then the same thing when you need to pack up, take out everything and stuff like that. That's just like pretty easy.
Did it cost much money?
Not really. Like earlier I used to use my Canon camera, but then what happens with that is it's like way too heavy, and then when it's windy, that's the issue. Yeah. So I prefer doing this, and then, you know, the very fact that I keep coming regularly, I just prefer using it this way. Yeah, today in fact I haven't even got the lens, because, you know, I don't have the lens mount. You've got to have a case and then have a lens mount. The lens mount is attached to the case, and then you just attach the lens to the lens mount. It's so much easier, and you get a much better view. But then yeah, today we aren't using it. I just thought it's going to be a pretty short one, but then yeah, came in here at 6, almost 11 now. We'll stay here for some time, and yeah, should be out and about by 12.
When all the overlays, what software do you use for the overlay and everything?
Oh, okay. So this thing is called Camerafy Live. So Camerafy Live is just an app. You download it. You can even use it on your computer. So you use Camerafy Live, and for the overlays, like I said, AirNav radar, you just go get it from, you put in the airport code. So like you're at Sydney, so you put in the Sydney code. Let's say you're in Melbourne, or maybe anywhere else in the world you are. You know, we've been to Tokyo as well earlier this year, and then we use the Tokyo Haneda code out there, and yeah, then it just comes. What you do is copy the URL, use it in this software, Camerafy Live, done and dusted. Easy.
What camera?
Camerafy Live. Yeah, you just go on your computer, or probably you can even download the app. Easy.
So there's an app for it?
Yeah, there's an app for it as well as on the computer. So Camerafy, F-I, and then space live, space and live.
Your score code today, 163.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah. So that's the one, you do it, and then you're done and dusted. The only thing what we would have gone for is this scanner. I got this one off Amazon, I think paid about, what, 175 something odd. Yeah, they are. They were, so like this one is the analog one, You get a digital one, which is slightly bit more expensive, but then for the very fact that, you know, ATC uses still the analog signals, I thought this is like totally fine. Yeah, actually. That's the thing.
You're right next to it. But yeah,
Yeah. That's the thing. But yeah, that's about it. And then all of these are power banks. Got a couple of them because, you know, we are here for quite some time. It's been 5 hours and 4 minutes since we started, so need a lot of power as such. And that is like simple. It's called Sydney Airways.
Sydney what?
Airways, Sydney Airways, yeah. And we stream about every other weekend or so. Like usually on a Sunday, on a Saturday, and sometimes like today, a weekday as well. Ooh. Cool. Anyway, nice talking to you all. Take care. Alrighty, we are back. Good morning everyone. Alright, Clarence says just trying to cool off a bit. It got up to 105 degrees here today. That's about 38 to 40 degree, I think. Yeah, that's right, Clarence. And 105 would be boiling. I would say that is quite uncomfortable, you know, because like I said, we have two mates out there in New York, and they were saying it's hot. I'm pretty sure out there in Texas it's going to be much more hotter, right? And 38 to 40, it's unbearable. It's unbearable because, you know, I have had these type of temperatures very many places in India, in Dubai, as well as over here earlier this year when we had summer. We had temperatures of up to, I think, 42, 43 degrees during one of those heat wave weekends. I think we had 2 of those weekends. It was crazy. But yeah. Hey Clarence, so you're in Sydney, it is Thursday, and for you it's still Wednesday out there in Texas. Out here in Sydney it's Thursday morning. Yeah, totally understandable because, you know, with the humidity is what causes it. I have had a chat with, you know, quite a lot of people. They always keep complaining about, you know, how the winter could be bad and whatnot. But I tell you, you've got to experience the humidity. The heat itself is like totally fine. You know, the heat is fine, but the humidity is what really makes you feel so uncomfortable. And it could be a pain. So I totally get you when you say it. Totally get you. Hey Gordon, hello, good afternoon Gordon. Thank you very much for joining us and really appreciate it. Thank you. We hope we can get you a lot more shows, a lot of them. Yeah, today one was unplanned. We just planned last night. Else usually, you know, we will have a schedule right out there knowing when we would be going about to the airport or something, or at least have a vague idea of what really we are planning to do on a particular day. But yes, yesterday nothing was planned until about late last night, and then it was like, oh okay, yeah, we have some time, let us just do it. Sydney to Bangkok service, QF23. Chatham Airlines. We still have the Harry Potter livery, like I said, but we will not be capturing its departure because right now it's 10:45 a.m. We plan to be out and about by 12, which is an hour and 15 minutes from now. And usually if they were to depart anytime soon, they would be at the gate by now, but as you can see, they aren't. I do believe they would have changed their departure timing, most likely. Ooh, Gordon, thank you very much for your generous contribution. How wonderful is that? Really, really, really thank you very much, Gordon. Means a lot to us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Gordon sending us 20 United States dollars. Thank you once again. Alrighty, QF4 from Auckland on the 787-9 Dreamliner is here. How good is that? Woohoo! Alright, PR212 Philippine Airlines, Sydney to Manila on the Airbus A330-800 is on runway 34 and they have begun their takeoff roll. We will be having a look at them shortly. And yeah, whilst we are waiting for them, once again, thank you very much, Gordon, for your kind contribution, for your generous contribution. And your presence is always appreciated, mates. We really appreciate. And in fact, we really appreciate when quite a lot of our United States viewers come out here to watch us on a weekday, on a weekend. It really means a lot to us. And having said that, you know, like I said, we would be filming one of the weekdays, and this is what it is. In fact, one of the weekdays when we said we probably thought it was going to be somewhere around Monday or Tuesday, we ended up coming out here on a Thursday. You know, usually so busy. But having said that, you know, once again, Gordon, thank you very much for your presence. Stay tuned, Gordon, because we will be filming from Tokyo Haneda even later this year, which is not too far away. You know, we will be announcing the schedule like closer to the dates as such, but stay tuned. There'll be quite a lot of that action coming from there. In Sydney, yes, we do have quite a lot of variety, but then there's even much more variety in terms of all those low-cost carriers and a lot of different world airlines coming into Tokyo. As you all know, Tokyo is one of the busiest airports, Tokyo Haneda Airport, I should say, because if I just said Tokyo, you know, it may create confusion considering the fact that Tokyo has two airports, such as Tokyo Haneda and Tokyo Narita, though Narita doesn't really come into the Tokyo prefecture as such. I believe it's more likely in Chiba. It is actually in Chiba, so it's like if it's Tokyo, it's Haneda. If it's Narita, it's Chiba. So that's how it goes. That's how the saying goes. And yeah, so stay tuned for all of that action. Singapore Airlines SQ232, they are still getting ready. We have about a few minutes before they get out and about.
Brad, anyone that's there killing him?
Jetstar. I love those A320s and the A320 sound. And for those of you who don't know, but you'll still watch a lot of movies, have you ever noticed most of the scenes that show a plane departing, you will hear this exact very sound of an A320, though they may show you whatever model of an aircraft, may be it a Boeing 747, an A380 or whatever, you know, they may show you any type of aircraft, but they'll always use a sound of an A320. Yeah, I think, you know, it's more of a generic or template sort of thing. But yeah, for the most part, that is how it works. And this is Air New Zealand. We've had quite a lot of them. I think this is the third Air New Zealand aircraft that we have got out here. Hey Clarence, yes, indeed. This is a wonderful view of the airport, like, you know, plane spotting area, and this is one of the best, I would say. We do have quite a lot of areas. So this is the one where we are at the base of the new ATC tower. That's the old ATC tower, and we earlier used to film from there. We will still film. And then on my left we have the Botany Bay, which is just next to the Sydney port as such. You can film from there, but you don't get a view of the terminal. Again, when we film from here as well, we don't get a view of the terminal. And then there's another spot right out there, just slightly right towards, slightly right of IKEA, as you can see. So there's quite a lot of it. Usually morning time is good because the sun is behind us, but in the afternoon, if you start filming, you end up getting the silhouette effect as such. But again, in the night you'll get really good views. It just depends on what works best. Yeah, for us, it's more about just what is convenient at any given point in time. Also, had runways to be changed, or if runway 16s were in use, we would get to see a very good view of the planes on finals and touching down nice and beautiful. So yeah, we would get to see that, as well as we would get to see the start of the takeoff roll from that side. Yeah, we've had quite a lot of live streams where we've had runways being used from that side. So I think it's just a matter of time, and you know, with the wind directions and stuff like that. So yeah, hopefully we can get you much more better views when the aircraft land and depart from runway 16. Sydney to Kuala Lumpur on the A330-300 of Batik Air. Let us capture it. Ooh, we are getting Air New Zealand Boeing 787. And that is Batik Air. Let's capture the Embraer E190 of Qantas Link. That's a beautiful E190, isn't it? Finally, LATAM Airlines is being pulled across to the gate. Hey Clarence, no, at this moment we aren't doing any live streams at night. However, we do plan to do, and we have already done live streams from Tokyo Haneda Airport. We did a couple of live streams out here as well, that is just before the winter season, but as we got much more busier with the start of the winter, now we haven't done live streams, but that is not to say that we don't do live streams. Yeah, we would be doing live streams later on as well. So yeah, if you want to have a look at the night live streams, we will be bringing it maybe late next month or so. But for now, nah, not really, because we are quite tied up with a lot of things. And at the same time, if it's like an overnight live stream, then sadly, it's like we don't really have a full 24-hour airport, because Sydney Airport, this airport, that is the older one that we are at right now, which is called Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport, it has a curfew. So it has a curfew from 11 p.m. in the night until 6 a.m. the following morning. However, the new airport, that is Western Sydney Airport, that will be opening for regular passenger commercial service from October of this year, will be operating 24 hours a day. So yes, they will not be having any curfew whatsoever. Now, having said that, yes, we will be filming from Western Sydney. However, not in the very near future, because there's not very many airlines that have committed to flying as yet. There's only Singapore Airlines and New Zealand, Qantas and Jetstar. So yeah, we do need quite a lot of those new and a lot more airlines to come in. And as it gets busier, we will be starting to film from out there. Yes, however, having said that, Clarence, we will be going to Tokyo very, very soon, and we will be having a lot of those live streams from any time of the day, any time of the night as such. So we do plan to have overnight live streams because Tokyo Airport does not have a curfew, especially the international part of it, right? So they do not have a curfew. So we will be filming all of those international arrivals and departures in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and overnight. So yeah, we plan to cover the whole 24-hour period so that we get all of the operations for the day. Not in a single live stream, but you know, over a few days. So let's say the day we arrive into Tokyo, we may probably start with a late morning stream, like let's say 11 o'clock, and maybe finish off at 5 or something, and then come back again to the airport, let's say in another 5 hours or so. So let's say we come back at 10 p.m. and then we'll continue until 6 a.m. the following morning, and then you know, the following day after that we'll just come in again at 5 a.m. in the morning and continue until 12 in the afternoon. And what that does is it covers the whole 24-hour period over a period of 3 days, and that is what we are trying to do. Yeah, Clarence. So yeah, stay tuned. It's not too long before we get that. You know, it's pretty hot out there in Tokyo, so we are just waiting for the temperatures to slightly go down, because I do think it's a heat wave. You know, our friends from New York told us that it's quite hot. Then we do have a few of our office colleagues who have family out in the UK. They told us it's hot. Then we yeah, you know, I have family in the Middle East, Dubai, and they were like, yeah, it's pretty hot. So I do believe it's sort of a heat wave in the whole of the northern hemisphere. So just waiting for that to be sorted, and then we'll get some tickets and out and about to Tokyo Haneda. That's a United States aircraft registered as N332 PM something. As we all know, all of those registrations, aircraft registrations which start with N and a number, they are from the United States of America. Has to be one of those private jets. Malaysia Airlines, they're coming towards us. MH250 Sydney to Kuala Lumpur service. A330-900 of Malaysia Airlines. It's 11:06 a.m. We do see Singapore Airlines. Yeah, almost ready, doors closed. They should be pushing back as soon as everything's nice and cleared for them. However, we do have a bit of departures. Sydney to Cairns service QF1818 on the Embraer E190, QF127 Sydney to Hong Kong on the Airbus A330-300, UA870 Sydney to San Francisco on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, and followed by JQ47 Sydney to Seoul Incheon on the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. We have the Dash 8. Oh yes, indeed, Clarence. So that is exactly what we are doing. Actually, our whole trip is all about the streaming from Tokyo Airport. Yeah, so like I was saying, Clarence, so what we do here at Sydney Airways is we run Sydney Airways channel as a business, and this is our business trip as such. So our literal trip is all about getting the action from Tokyo. Now, you know, earlier this year we did go to Tokyo, and we were there for not too long, just I think about 4 days, out of which 2 days happened to be a bad weather day. And to finish it off, as we were departing from Tokyo Haneda to go to Tokyo Narita that afternoon, we thought we'll have an early morning stream, but as we woke up, saw out the window, and it was not even raining, it was snowing. So, you know, we were quite disappointed for the very fact that we were supposed to have a nice stream, and that is exactly what didn't work out. So in the end, yeah, we were quite upset. We just made a very short stream from the terminal bus stop saying that we are cancelling the stream because the observation deck itself was closed. Then we take the bus, we go to Tokyo Narita, reach there in about an hour and 20 minutes odd, check into the hotel, and as I enter my room, I see a plane landing. I was like, what? Is that even true? I was like, yeah, that is not something we expected. I pull out the curtain, and what do I see? I see that planes are landing just across, and it was so nice. We started off a live stream, and you know, we started off the live stream about, let's say, a little before 4 p.m. But sadly, what happened at that time is, you know, it was winter. So we were losing daylight quite early. By 5:20, 5:25, it was completely dark, and we couldn't really see much except for the tail fin of the aircraft. And we told the viewers that we will be ending the stream, but for some reason they seemed to be unhappy about it, and they wanted us to continue. So we ended up continuing until about 9 p.m. in the night. That was our last night, and yes, that was the thing. It was wonderful. Now the next morning, we had a flight on Scoot from Tokyo Narita to Singapore Changi. Again, we reached the airport quite early. The airport opens up at, the check-in opens up at about 6 a.m. We check in, we go in for security. As we are passing through security and immigration, we see out the window, and we see ANA's A380, the orange turtle livery. That is something I had never ever seen in my life until that day. So I walked all the way to the end of the terminal and had a very short live stream, I think about 5 to 10 minutes, just showing that A380 on that live stream. It was a pretty short one. And how lucky I was, because as the sun was coming up, there were these automatic curtains that were coming down. So yeah, we were quite lucky on that very day as well. So yeah, having said that, it was a successful one, because when we did stream Tokyo Haneda one afternoon, we had Lufthansa's Boeing 747-8 in the retro livery, and people went crazy over that. There were people from all across the United States, from Miami, New York, Denver, Philadelphia, and you know, quite many places I can't even recollect. Having said that, that was one of our most successful live streams ever. And yeah, we want to do it again at Tokyo because, you know, right now Lufthansa flies at 747-8 with the 100-year anniversary livery out there. So hopefully we can capture that one, you know, out of the very many days that we will be there. Hopefully we get a glimpse of it at least once, and, you know, it's going to be a dream come true for us. Good morning, good very morning to all of you joining us. Good afternoon to all, good evening, and yeah, that's about it. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to all joining us from all across the world. Hoping you all are having a wonderful time, and thank you very much for all your kind words. I really appreciate it. Singapore Airlines SQ232, they seem to be a bit delayed, but not too long. It's getting a bit windy right now. Yeah, let us see. Whatever works best. Adelaide to Sydney service. Yeah, you are Adelaide to Sydney service. They have quite a long distance to go to the terminal. Okay, we are now getting the camera shake as such. It's already in a cage. I don't know how much more weight we'll have to add to it, because that's the thing. Hey Clarence, yes, I tell you, Dallas-Fort Worth is a dream actually. If I ever visit Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, I tell you, I'm going to go crazy. I'm telling you, if I was ever there and I would be streaming, I don't think I would want to go home. There have been very many times where I will just be checking Flight Radar 24 to see the flights coming in there, and I tell you, it's so busy, it's so nice. But yeah, to have a look in real life is a totally different thing. You know, having said that, I haven't been to Dallas-Fort Worth, only been to Los Angeles, Denver, and New York. But would love to be at Dallas-Fort Worth, would love to be at Atlanta, Georgia Airport as well as San Francisco. San Francisco has been a childhood dream. That's something I've never really done. Yeah, Los Angeles, of course, you know, we all know how planes arrive and land, it's the same thing, arrive on runway 24C and 24 right, just outside In-N-Out Burger at Westchester Point. And, you know, we did film videos from there, YouTube shorts, and I do believe a bit of long-form content as well, but we did not stream back then. And, you know, in fact, our aviation journey started from those videos, because as we filmed those videos and posted it on YouTube, people went crazy over it. And then we thought, oh, okay, cool, let us just change our channel to an aviation channel. And that's how Sydney Airways was born. So yeah, we are all credit to the United States as such. Yeah, and having said that, yes, as I researched more, I do want to go to these airports. I want to go to Boston Logan as well. However, Boston Logan would not be the topmost priority for us as of now. But yeah, San Francisco, Dallas-Fort Worth, Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta, Georgia, can't really deny, right? They are the busiest airport in the world for a reason, and you've got to give it up to them. And yeah, let us see the 24/7 service, how we can make it. Sadly, you know, we wanted to do San Francisco Airport this year, August, summer of the United States, but earlier this year, we all know what happened with the war, and, you know, it's still raging on, though there was a peace treaty signed and stuff like that, and, you know, it keeps going on. And yeah, it threw off our plans as such, because, like I said, we run this as a business. So when we run this as a business, what really happens is we've got to see the costs and that part of it, as well as at the same time, the ticket prices were ridiculous. That's the best word I could use. You know, it was really ridiculous. So yeah, sadly, it's not something that we could do anytime soon now, because usually we will book our tickets way well in advance, but yeah, this time we just got caught out because of the war. Yeah, having said that, it could be a bit of laziness on our part, because I did see good deals back in January, early January. I should have taken the chance and just booked it rather than waiting. I don't know for what reason we waited, and yeah, that is the thing. All right, San Francisco service on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner of United. Yeah, having said that, that does not mean that we will never visit the United States. We will, because we do want to come to all of these airports that we mentioned. That is San Francisco, Los Angeles, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, and if we do get some time, we might as well just make it to Boston Logan as well. But let's see. Yeah, thank you very much. And I do know Texas is like super crazy for whatever it is. I do watch some of the United States channels. That is Doug DeMuro, who has the car channel, and he reviews cars and stuff like that. We really love watching him. Started watching him since COVID time, and it's super wonderful. Then we also watch Rayty's Rides, which is another YouTube channel with some really lovely cars. It's very nice. I have a few mates who studied with me, and they moved to the United States. They live out there. They live in Seattle. So yeah, wonderful place, and hoping we can visit the United States pretty soon. Thank you very much, Clarence. Really appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully we can see all of the craziness out there at Dallas Fort Worth, DFW. Getting windy. We can see the shake. All right, Sydney to Seoul engine service on the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner JQ47 Jetstar. They are on runway 34 and will begin their takeoff roll soon. And we have JQ30 in Sydney to Osaka Kansai, Japan. Right, JQ47 has begun its takeoff roll. We should be able to see them coming about shortly. That was a nice takeoff of the 787-8 Dreamliner. Oh, can you hear that? CX-181, the Boeing 777 of Cathay Pacific, the third arrival of Cathay Pacific from Hong Kong this morning in less than, not less than, it's 5 hours and 21 minutes. So yeah, third arrival, very nice. So many services, Cathay Pacific and Singapore Airlines. They are the largest international carriers out of Australia, with Singapore Airlines being the largest. Alright, Clarence says I'm going to jump off and get ready for some sleep. Long day tomorrow. Keep up the great work. Enjoy the stream and the conversation with you. Be safe and good night. Pretty sure. Thank you very much, Clarence. Really appreciate you joining us and sharing your thoughts and letting us know so much. We really look forward to seeing you on another stream of ours. Please stay tuned. We usually stream on the weekends as well as some days on the weekday like today. So thank you very much once again. Thank you for all your kind words and have a great time. Have a great sleep and good very night. Take care. Alrighty, there you go. There you go. We were having a chat with a few of our mates and they were waiting for Singapore Airlines, and there you go, they are pushing back SQ232. We'll just focus on them. So SQ232 out there, the Airbus A330 of Philippine Airlines, sorry, not Philippine Airlines, Cebu Pacific to Manila. They have already pushed back. They should be ready to taxi as well. Wow. So that's about it, I believe. Very nice. And let us get back to this Cebu Pacific, Singapore Airlines out there. I do believe Cebu Pacific may take off first, considering the fact that they have already picked their taxi. Singapore Airlines is still being pushed back. As you can see, the tug right around at their nose gear. China Eastern. That was a nice one, the A350 departing. Alright, that engine that you see out there, that is the 787-9 Dreamliner of British Airways. They arrived as BA-15 from Singapore Changi earlier today. Of course, they start their journey in London Heathrow, from London Heathrow to Singapore Changi. Get the aircraft cleaned, refueled, fresh set of crew and passengers, as well as passengers who are taking the big long journey from London, and then onwards from Singapore Changi to Sydney. Alright. righty, the gates open once again. And there's this bus that's going to be coming out. Alright, like we said, Cebu Pacific quite ahead of Singapore Airlines. So having said that, now we've got to speak about the tail end of the morning peak departures. We all know ANA is out there, we can see its tail, we will be getting them. All Nippon Airways, usually we try departing and we are out the door after All Nippon Airways departs for Tokyo Haneda. But let us see today, it does seem to be that we may have to depart quite early if the Haneda service departs that early. Let us see, we're not too well versed with what's going to happen today, considering the fact that there were quite a lot of delays. Xiamen Air still needs to be departing, so let us see. Oh, in the background, look at that, and New Zealand. So they will be around as well. Not too sure whether they'll be using runway 34 right though, because if they use runway 34 right, that is not something we may able to see. We may not able to see them taking off. But let's see, if they use runway 34L, it's going to be so much better. They will just get another takeoff for all of you. Virgin Australia, they have just arrived from Melbourne, but what we are waiting for is Singapore Airlines. They have pushed back. They should be getting ready to taxi. Not too many aircraft as of now to depart in the morning peak departure session. But yeah, let us see. Where New Zealand ends at 102 to Auckland on the Airbus A321. Okay, JQ13 Sydney to Osaka Kansai. There you go. Right, there it is, SQ232 Singapore Airlines A380 from Sydney to Singapore Changi International Airport. They will arrive Singapore Changi at Terminal 3. They do arrive, let's say, somewhere about maybe 6 o'clock or slightly before 6 in the evening local time, which is about 8 o'clock for us here in Sydney. We've been on the service very many times. It's a wonderful service, and yeah, it's going to be a nice one to see them depart. Usually they are almost always full because there's quite a lot of people traveling to Singapore as well as onwards from Singapore to the Middle East as well as to Europe, because we have quite a lot of European flights. We have Air France, Lufthansa. I do believe Finnair also travels out, services Singapore as well as there's people traveling to all parts of Asia as well. In fact, the first time we traveled to Tokyo, we actually took a flight on Singapore Airlines to Singapore and then onwards to Tokyo Haneda. Of course, that's the longer route, but we didn't really mind it. now. Yeah, we are just waiting for the taxi to begin off Singapore Airlines. Not too long because the tugs are out and about. They are all by themselves, so Singapore Airlines should be pretty good to go in the next couple of minutes, I believe, or maybe let's say next couple of seconds. The A220. There you go, Singapore Airlines. Haven't really begun yet. Ooh, no, I was wrong. There you go. They have finally begun taxiing. Yay! That is super wonderful. Finally. All right. Having said that, 5J40 Sydney to Manila. They are already on their takeoff roll. Wow, they were pretty quick with that, and they even rotated early. I was expecting Chamonix to depart late, but seems to be they've already pushed back, so we will be getting their departure as well for the day. And here you go, Singapore Airlines. This aircraft arrived early morning, about 6:16 a.m. We did capture them arrive earlier today. Registered as 9V SKT. I have been on this very aircraft very many times. 9V SKT. Seat number 71A. That's the window seat on the left hand side. Registered in February of 2012. It is a 14-year-old aircraft. It's always wonderful to see Singapore Airlines. Still think we have about another 5 to 10 minutes before they do depart. They do have a bit of taxi. Yeah, just trying to get it. There's a bit of heat haze. You can see it is not way too clear. I mean, right now it's still fine, but you know, if you're filming during the summer, you know, because it's so hot so early in the morning, you get that heat haze sort of thing. It really spoils the footage as such. But yeah, for the most part, during the winter, it's like totally fine.
Do you make much money off it?
No, not really, because we are a small channel as such. So yeah, you see this 19 and 1, so it's like, you know, some people they're just too happy or something, they'll just send off, but then yeah, not really much as such. For the most part, it's like, I just love aviation and things like that. So, you know,
Yeah.
I just come to the airport, film and stuff like that. But yeah, having said that, you know, since you're like I'm working today, I had a day off, so just thought we'll come here. But for the most part, I'm never really on a weekdays, mostly on the weekends. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing the same.
Yeah. You should go for it because, you know, like I said, on this past Sunday, there were 3 of us, and I was out there, and then there were 2 other people on my right, and quite a lot of people do it. So yeah, you should give it a go. Actually, should be nice. Now, usually it's like evening time. Sorry, what's that? The whole thing. So the tripod, I got it off Amazon. I think it was about 180 or something odd. But yeah, then this one again was about 175. These power banks are quite old, so I can't really recollect. But then they were not really much as such. But yeah, this one's a 27,000 mAh, so literally you need quite a lot. Yeah, because, you know, I stay here for quite some time. I came here just before 6 and then will be here until about 12, so maybe another half an hour or so. So yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, but then apart from that, I don't really think, and you know, these cables.
What service do you use?
What service as in for the data, is it?
Yeah.
So I have Telstra as well as I have Optus. But today I am on Felix. Felix is the low-cost carrier of, Vodafone. So it just depends, you know, because I'll get the speed test done before I start. I'll do it on all the 3 carriers, and whichever one offers the fastest, that is what I'll go with. So usually Telstra is usually the fastest, and most of the time I am with Telstra. But today I was getting like quite low speeds in the morning. So it just depends, you know. Sometimes you may think this one is the best, and you end up with something else.
Google phone.
Oh, this one? Oh, this is the Oppo Find X9 Ultra. You don't get it here, so I got it from Singapore when I was traveling. So you get it at the duty-free shop as such.
Dad, you didn't go to Singapore, mate.
Where are you trying to find that?
Oh, that's Singapore Airlines SQ232 out here. They are just around the edge of the runway. They'll be...
So he's going to come back in front of here?
Yeah. So that's the thing.
Plane we're trying to get.
Sorry, I didn't get you?
I said that's the plane we're going to get.
Yeah. Usually sometimes if...
His best friend's on it.
Oh, really? Wow, that's nice. Do you know on which side? Like right side, left side of the plane? Nah?
What side? Left or right side, is it?
Oh, okay. Then we would able, or probably he would able to see all of y'all on the if he was on the right side. Yeah, that would be nice.
I think you'd be going too fast.
Yeah, they will, because sometimes they rotate quite early. Sometimes they may rotate just around here, so you get a very good view.
It's such a big plane.
Yeah, and it also depends, you know. If most of the time they are almost always full. So usually if they're full and they're heavy, then yeah, they do rotate from here. But sometimes they may rotate right there. Then you don't get a good view.
They're coming now.
Yeah, just turning around. So let's have a look.
I need to get a record.
Yep. Hey Kimmy, hello. How are you, Kimmy? Thanks for joining us today on the live stream. Really appreciate it. Ooh, Kimmy. Kimmy is the member on our channel. That's very nice. Thanks, Kimmy, for joining us. Really appreciate it. And as we all spoke about, this SQ232 has begun its takeoff roll, and we should be able to see it shortly. We'll pan around, and they should be around the corner pretty soon.
Runway.
And there you are. Ooh, that's the last A380 departure on our live show for today. Well, if someone wants to ask us when will the last A380 departure be on our channel, it is not going to be anytime soon, because you know we will go wherever the last A380 departure takes place ever in the world, and you know where that is. That is going to be at Dubai International Airport. So yeah, of course, the last A380 departure and arrival at Dubai. But yeah, that's going to be quite some time, but hopefully it's going to be a wonderful one for all these years that we get to see them. In fact, we will be celebrating Qantas's A380 services every single time from the day we did celebrate them. You know, having said quite a lot of things about Qantas's A380 this morning, and we will be celebrating them every time we see them for the next 4 years or whatever time we do see them. Yeah, having said that, a lot can happen between now and 2030, so not too sure if we will be able to film the last departure and arrival. Only time will tell, but let us see. Hopefully we can grow and get some great views of Qantas A380. Alright, QF4, Auckland to Sydney on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner of Qantas has arrived. It is on runway 34L, as we can see.
Company, runway 25, cross runway 3, left to number 1 to the 78 on your left. Runway 25, cross runway 3, left 1 to the 78 on the left, thank you.
So yeah, having said that, we were a bit busy capturing those departures and arrivals, but thank you, Kimmy, for joining us once again on the channel. Really appreciate it. We hope we can keep you entertained. we really hope we can keep you entertained. So yeah, let's hope for the best. Hey Andy, hope you're well. Hoping everything's good with you, and thank you very much for joining us here on Sydney Airways. Really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. And yeah, we are pretty good. We've been streaming for a little over 6 hours now from Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport. As you may know, we mention it as Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport for the very fact that right now we have Sydney, that is Western Sydney International Airport as well. Yeah, we always used to call it as Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport even earlier, but yeah, right now it is even much more important for the very fact that will prevent confusion. Because let's just say if we said Sydney Airport, it may create confusion. People may not know which airport we are talking about. So yeah, right now we are at Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport. However, having said that, TR10, that is Scoot coming in from Singapore Changi. And here you are, the nice and bright Scoot on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Thai Airways, I do believe it is TG476. Let us have a look at flight radar. Yep, that's TG476, Sydney to Bangkok service. So nice to capture that one, A350. So we do have the A350 of Thai Airways. We will be having Xiamen Air, but they haven't moved for quite some time. And we do see T-Way as well. So quite a bit of that action that's gonna be happening. Sydney to Tokyo Haneda service, QF59 out there as well. Ooh. Thank you so very much, everyone. And yeah, thank you, Jardi. I just cleaned my house whilst having you on the big screen. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I hope we could keep you entertained, and hoping we can keep you entertained in the very near future as well as into the distant future, for the very fact that we will be streaming quite a bit when we are out and about overseas, as well as thank you very much, Dean. 367 likes. Wow, didn't even realize that. That is wonderful. Yeah, let's see if we can give it a crack to 400. That will be nice. Or maybe I'll stay till we get 400 likes, like just not end the stream. Yeah, maybe it'll go too long then. But good to know. Good to know. That makes us feel good. And yeah, thanks to each and every one of you for supporting us. Thanks, Dean, for your gift memberships. Really appreciate it today. This is QF59 to Tokyo Haneda. They trump out All Nippon Airways because All Nippon Airways hasn't even pushed back from the gate today. How sad is that? Yeah, All Nippon Airways is late. I was just talking about them earlier today. There's T-Way, there's Xiamen. They haven't started off. They just pushed back and they're waiting. And there's TG476 Thai Airways. Hey Nav, hello, welcome back. How are you, Nav? Thanks for joining us. Really nice to see you yet again.
Shep there, 802, roger. Taxi by Alpha and taxi wake up. Shep, just confirming now off normal and the fuel pump issue.
All right. We had a complaint, we had a concern about Xiamen Air not moving, and they have started moving. And there you go. That's the end. That's the end. ANA, All Nippon Airways, they will be ending the morning peak departure session. As I've always mentioned, All Nippon Airways is the airline that ends the morning peak departure session, and seems to be like that is what they're going to be doing today. Yeah, however, there is T-Way just around the corner, and we have no idea why they haven't moved yet. Having said that, let us pan around. Let us get Fiji Airways A350-900 from Nadi.
And taxi again. Okay, next by Alpha, hold short of taxiway Golf. Taxiway Alpha, taxiway Golf, PG911 ground, turn enter runway 25, taxi runway, hold short Yankee.
Wow. So as we speak, we have so many other aircraft just coming around the corner, okay? Look at this, 713 to Jakarta, GA 713. right, finally TWA has started moving. I think they will just move ahead of all Nippon Airways for the very fact that the pushback is still not complete of all Nippon Airways. They have the tug around at their nose gear.
22911 right, Yankee left turn of Golf and second to Bay 59.
Oh, okay, so we have a comment from Kimmy. Kimmy says, this is my first time watching your live stream. It is very entertaining. Thank you very much, Kimmy. Really appreciate it. We hope we are really entertaining you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for your kind words. We hope we can keep you entertained for as long as we can. And yeah, we will try doing our best. And thank you very much, Kimmy, once again for being a member of our channel, takeoff member. So you'll be taking off pretty soon. All right, Logan CR826 says, hello, greetings from Costa Rica in Central America, part of Latin America. Yes, that is wonderful. Sending my best blessings to my friends in Australia. From what I've seen, it's a beautiful country. Good afternoon, good morning, Logan. I do believe it's evening for you, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I do believe it would be somewhere around 6:53 p.m. if memory serves me right, because I do believe Lima, that is Peru, has about 14-16 hour difference or something. But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not too sure about Costa Rica. But having said that, thank you very much, Logan, for joining us, and thanks for your blessings and kind words. Really appreciate it. We hope we can keep you entertained as always, like I say to everyone. And at the same time, yes, indeed, Australia is a very beautiful country, but I have not seen even half of it. But whatever I've seen, I tell you, I'm mesmerized by it. QF59 to Tokyo Haneda on the Airbus A330-300. About an 8.5 hour to 9 hour flight. Just depends on the tailwinds, headwinds, and whatever else is out there in terms of the weather. Yeah, so what I was saying, Logan, is thank you very much for joining. And Australia is a beautiful country. Yes, indeed, it is nice. I hope you can visit someday out here. You'll really be happy about it. Hey, look at who we have in the house. Finally, it is Haps. Finally. Haps, where were you? We missed you, Haps. Yeah, we are quite happy to see you, Haps, but yeah, we are almost towards the tail end of the live show. We will just be ending the live show pretty soon. We do have a bit of departures. Thank you, Haps, for those 10 jewels. Really appreciate it. Yeah, so we do have T-Way Air. We do have GA713 Garuda Indonesia to Jakarta. And to finish it off, to top it off, none other than the good old All Nippon Airways to Tokyo Haneda. That will be the last aircraft for today. Yeah, we do need to leave because it's a weekend, not the weekend, it's a weekday, and we have quite a bit to do. But meanwhile, let us get the Australian Wind Chicken. I mean, any bird counts, right? Whether it's a metal bird, whether it's a Boeing, or whether it's an Australian Wind Chicken. It's a bird. We are here for the birds. Garuda Indonesia to Jakarta. Scoot out there, they will be departing as TR11. Another Scoot aircraft will be departing in the evening. Around 8:35, they arrive, I think, about 6:40 or 7:30 something. But having said that, I do want to let you all know that we will be on a Scoot aircraft tomorrow. That is TR15 for our flight to Singapore Changi. It's not going to be too long of a overseas trip. We just go for about a few hours, be there in Singapore, and we will be back on Saturday evening. So it's going to be a round nice trip. I'm not too sure whether we will be filming our experience, but let us see. Happy tempura dawn for you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Haps. Really appreciate it. We will be getting that tempura pretty soon when we go to Tokyo Haneda, and we will be having it during our live stream. So yes, I hope you will watch us from Tokyo Haneda from your home base. That is Thai Airways TG476. Looks nice and beautiful. Alright, got some cloud cover out here. You can see it. You know, people say the grass is green on the other side. When they said it, it was true. You can see the grass on this side is not as green as the grass on the other side, and that is because it's sunny that side. Having said that, that is the star of the show, All Nippon Airways to Tokyo Haneda Terminal 3. Alright, what do we have next? Sydney to Prosperine, JQ840 Jetstar. And Habs, hoping you're doing well. Thank you very much for your email. Really appreciate it. Ooh, yes, it is hot. It is hot. The show is getting hot with all of the action right now. In fact, this is the exact action that I always like having, where we have a lot of that aircraft arriving, departing and everything, but then there's only one airline that closes the morning peak departure, and that is this, the inspiration of Japan, ANA, All Nippon Airways, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Flight number is NH890 and age of the aircraft is 8 years old. July of 2018 is when it was delivered. Okay, in terms of departures, as we speak, we have Sydney to Xiamen on Xiamen Air, Sydney to Seoul Incheon on T-Way Air, Sydney to Jakarta on Garuda Indonesia, no special livery. And finally, Sydney to Tokyo Haneda, as we mentioned, on All Nippon Airways, inspiration of Japan. And then we do have these pencil aircraft coming in ever so often because they are nice and light, so they don't really need the whole length of the runway, so they can start off right out there in between.
Runway 340, take off. Germany A202, line up runway 3.
Alright, we have another departure, small departure, Saab 340B plus of Rex, Sydney to Parks. Okay, there you are.
Heavy. 802, runway 34 left for takeoff. Brake 6528, fast. Right to brake. T-way 502, number N.
MF 802, Sydney to Xiamen. Right now on the runway 34 left.
Bloody dead across, way 25, Roger. Right? Way 25, Roger, runway 8. Chester 986, cross way 2, Roger the runway. Practice for sending ground below, way from in to you now, but Melbourne Road, Roger. Right?
Let us pan around, capture the departure of MF 802 Xiamen to Xiamen on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. There you go. That was a nice one by Xiamen. Let us see what next we get. Meanwhile, we'll just capture this taxiing aircraft, the Dash 8 once again. Alright, T-way to Seoul engine is on runway 34 left. We will be capturing them as soon as they begin their takeoff roll and are visible to us from behind the bushes. Oh, look at what we have now. Harry Potter livery of Latam Airlines. Alright, come on guys, comment and let us know, should we get this one or should we not? Should we just be out and about after the Tokyo Haneda service of all Nippon Airways? Alright, TW502 Sydney to Seoul engine service has begun its takeoff roll of T-way air. Hey Daniel, good morning. Good very morning, Daniel. Nice to see you yet again on our live stream. So we saw you in the night as you went to sleep, and right now again it's early morning, I believe, out there. I still believe it's what, 4 o'clock or maybe 3 o'clock in Düsseldorf. Thank you very much though for joining us. Really appreciate it. Always, you know, your presence is always welcome. In fact, each and every one of you, your presence is welcome, and thanks for sharing with us, commenting and having a good time with all of us. That is what we want. We want each and every one of you come here, have a good time in the comment section, and you know, just speak your mind out, share your aviation journey, your stories. That is all that we ask from you. Thank you very, very much. Right in between, we do see there's a bit of those Sydney to Perth services that may come in of Jetstar. Let us see how it works out. All right, 4:07 now there. Yeah, so that's an 8-hour difference between Sydney and Düsseldorf. Yeah. Yeah, so hoping everything is good. That is Latam Airlines with the Harry Potter livery. Next in line, Sydney to Tokyo Haneda service on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, which is the final departure that we will be getting. Of course, before that, we do have Adelaide to Sydney service that is landing on runway 34 left. That does mean that we may have to wait some time for the departure of the Tokyo Haneda service NH890. And now NH890 Sydney to Tokyo Haneda service of ANA is on runway 34 left, and they have begun their takeoff roll. That is the final departure that we are capturing out here on our channel for today. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls watching us from everywhere in the world, thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate your kind words, especially kind words and contributions of Dean from Oz Planes. Go check out Dean's channel, Oz Planes. Thank you very much, Habs. Thank you very much, Kimmy. Thank you very much, Linda. Thank you very much, Jazeel. Thank you very much, Miss Aussie Thunder. Really appreciate you all joining us. Once again, this was a weekday live stream on our channel to celebrate 6,000 subscribers, and we really appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks to all of our viewers joining us from United States, Canada, North America, the whole North American continent, the South American continent. Oh, thank you very much, Habs. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. And yeah, please comment and let us know if we should be getting LATAM Airlines departure or if we should be out and about. Yeah, because we are not too sure. We probably may be out and about.
Taxi and hold taxiway. Yeah, 6 from 4.
But yeah, having said that, once again, thank you very much to all who helped us make this live stream a success. Really appreciate it. There's so very many likes, so many comments, so many membership gifts by Dean. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Dean. If you're still watching us, thank you so very much. Yes, correct. HAPS ANA Dreamliner is returning to its base at Tokyo Haneda International Airport. And having said that, Sydney Airways will be having a second base at Tokyo Haneda International Airport, and you know why. Yeah. I do believe we should be having a Mount Fuji as part of our logo. You never know, maybe we'll give it a go, we'll give it a change, but let us see. Having said that, perhaps we will be in Singapore not tomorrow, on Saturday. We won't be there for too long, just a few hours. So we depart tomorrow evening from Sydney to Singapore on Scoot, and then we arrive early Saturday morning local time Singapore, and soon after that we have our flight to Sydney in about say 6.5 hours after arrival. So not going to be too long that will be there, and then Saturday evening we'll be back once again here in Sydney.
Give it a Virgin front. My from Charlie to 39 number dash.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, if you have enjoyed the stream, you know what to do. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share it with your mates, and please come back again when we do stream, which is not in the distant future at all. Yeah, so we do hope we can see you all around on our next live stream as well. Having said that, we do have QF 737 Sydney to Adelaide service, and soon after that is LA 810 Sydney to Santiago service on LATAM Airlines. We'll just capture it because we just want to. And yeah, after having said that, no more aircraft anymore because we are already over time. So 12:16 p.m. at this very moment. We wanted to leave at 12, so we are already over time. So we'll just get the Santiago service with the Harry Potter livery of LATAM, and then we'll be out and about. Right, Qantas out there. We do see Australia Post Qantas Freight crossing the active runway at the far off edge. Scoot, they did arrive earlier today. They usually almost always have the same gate. And let us see tomorrow evening when we fly whether they use the exact same gate that I do believe is 31 or 32, usually any one of them. So time will tell. And once again, everyone, thank you very much. We have crossed 400 likes. How good is that? Thank you very, very, very much. Really appreciate you all doing that for us. I don't think any of these aircraft will be departing anytime soon. So yes, having said that, finally we thought that ANA will be our last departure of the day, but it seems to be, it's going to be LATAM Airlines on their Harry Potter special livery of the Boeing 787-9. Yeah, earlier it was quite an effort to get the Harry Potter livery, but of late we've been getting it quite often, so that's a good thing for us. And once again, thank you very much everyone for joining us on this lovely live stream. 6 hours and 43 minutes since we began streaming. Pretty long one, right? Yeah, usually we are used to even much more longer. We usually go even much more than 7 hours or than stuff when we do have the energy and we do have the time. Yeah, today we have the energy but we don't have the time, sadly, and that's the reason we are in a rush to leave. So we will be off and we will see you all when we get back on another stream. But yeah, for now, let us just wait for the departure of the Harry Potter livery, the Harry Potter special livery on the 787-9 of Latam Airlines. Alright, LA810 Sydney to Santiago service of Latam Airlines has lined up on the runway. Harry Potter livery. Age of the aircraft 9 years old. January of 2017 is when it was delivered. That is our final aircraft that will be departing, that will be capturing on our stream for the departure. Yeah, we do see right now Sydney to Noumea. Of course, I see it on flight radar, but as we can see, New Zealand out there, they have pushed back. NZ104 to Auckland and Air Calin to Noumea, SB141. They are pinging, but I don't see them having pushed back, but they should be pushing back anytime soon. However, having said that, LA810 Latam Airlines has begun its takeoff roll from runway 34 left. We will see it shortly. Let's enjoy the Harry Potter livery. Ooh, there you go. Very nice. Thank you very much, Haps. Thank you. I always love it when you use all of those emojis very well, you know. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Haps. Really appreciate it. And once again to all, thank you. It's been wonderful, and 400 likes, great views, and a weekday live stream. Can't get any better than that. Thank you to all. We hope we can bring some filming action to you all, that we film on Scoot as we go and come within 24, not within 24 hours, I think in less than 30 hours. So we depart 8:35 on Friday, that is tomorrow evening, and we will be back around 7 o'clock on Saturday morning. But yeah, I'm also including the immigration times and stuff like that, so we end up being a little over 24 hours. So having said that, thank you very much to all of you. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Dean. Thank you very much, Haps. Thank you, Miss Aussie Thunder. Thank you, Kimmy. Thank you, Modified. Thank you, Enigma. Thank you, Gordon. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, and see you around on our next stream, which is not too far off from now. Once again, thank you, appreciate it, and stay happy and stay safe.
Taxi from A220. And your range is coming very soon. And that is just an unsetting. 25 on Yankee, cross 25, taxi to A320.